Alright everyone, how we doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I am in a great mood because I've got air conditioning on today. That's pretty nice. It's a treat. Give me one more second. I gotta... Yeah. I set an alarm to do something else real quick. Be right back. Literally like 20 seconds. Okay, okay, we're good. So. You might have thought I was done proving points. No one actually thought that. But this hypothetical person who thought I was done. Well, today's launcher day. We got a launcher build, and it's fun. Like it's fun. It also kind of gets rid of the launcher ammo problem. No, it is not ShamWow shenanigans. It's just very efficient. Launch me? We'll see what we can do about that, Envoy. Anyway, how you doing? Timber, Simple Rick, Fleece, Jester, Pico, Hazel, Whirls, Aaron, Schmidward, Out of Tamales, Roddy, Jake destroying my bedding. Cat, what are you doing? David, Envoy, Viper.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Jake just casually tearing apart my bedding. Did you guys hear that? What are you doing? Cat. Okay. Explosions. Yes, Owl. Explosions. Where's Kevin? Kevin's by my window. Okay, he's just gonna do his thing over there, I guess. So we're gonna do some launcher stuff, and the Ghostblade build, we're also gonna play that a bit today. I did minimal inventory management for today's stream, but I think you'll like what I'm doing. So once again, as I've considered tradition for new builds, I'm not gonna show the gear before, but I will show it after. So maybe you guys can guess some of what I'm doing. Some of it's gonna be very straightforward. Some of it less so.
Magic up. 2 out of 5 stars. Now I have the measure. Strength.
I made a bad decision going up there. But yeah, my save your soul timer goes kind of fast in this build. I like this because you basically get to a point where you're playing roguelite. Like, you have time to shoot once before you die. And it's very enjoyable. Is that a Ragnarok? No. I have something I haven't tried out yet that I want to try on this build that kind of reminds me of the Ragnarok move face. I gotta remember to put that on. Any ETA on build doc for Wonderlands? Not really, because the game's still changing very wildly week to week, and BO3 build docs were not a thing in the state people are familiar with them in until 9 months into the game. So, maybe after the DLC season? Maybe. Hey Carrion, how you doing? New Mexiben, good to see you.
I shall not be denied. Perish. These hands are ready for blast.
Is this build's name Down Me Please, sir? Maybe. I haven't named it yet. Work in progress. Shoots nothing down south, builds dangerous, got it? Yes. so pumped this morning. Got my third character up to cast 20. Let's go, Foster. Fight for Life Simulator? Yes, Squab. Yes. That's part of the fun. Was there a single shot that room where I didn't hit myself? I don't think there was. Got a chaotic, lightning, ancient snake stick. Life's good. Let's go, Viper. I'm still looking out for ancient snake sticks. I got a shock one last night, lightning, but it was non-chaotic. So my PC does not like the particle effects from all of these explosions. It's fine though. It's fine. Everything will be fine. I messed up.
No more spell juice.
Ouch. That's not supposed to happen. There we go. Big boy rockets? Big boy rockets. Hey Pupty, how you doing? Just gonna sit here all day if I never move important adult things. Yeah. You don't have to adult if you don't move. That's just the rules. We are doing big boy rockets. Start a new job next month. I've been enjoying the new Evil Dead game. I've heard good things about that game. One shot for that much of the Dragon Lord statue's HP. I'll take it.
The gate draws closer. There's a chill in the air.
So, launcher's bad, by the way. You can't kill anything, and you also just don't have any ammo. Ever. You know? It's really fun. There's lots of stuff to test too, and I can't help but think that if the Borderlands community committed themselves to it, they'd have everything tested and worked out in day one, not gonna lie. That sounds fun. I do enjoy games that are complex under the hood, you know?
This dark design now fall.
Hardest challenge in Wonderlands is build and roguelike, complete one full chaos trial, you win the whole game. It's very doable, you just need to... Like, there are certain modifiers that help you. For example, I just got a death save off of that Frozen Vengeance thing, Frost Buddy. So you can take stuff like that. Also just knowing when it's safe to shoot and when it's not. Bye, Dragon Lord statue.
Vital
somehow that big boy rocket missed. Okay, there we go. Managing to miss the nuke, right? Freezicles ultimate raid boss for this? Yeah, right. Peter doesn't like that build now, does it? No, it doesn't. Let me close the thing. Hopefully that'll help. But no, it does not like this build. Which is part of why I wanted to do it. Fun. So 937 with this total meme of a build could definitely make that parasite kill a lot faster. I just mismanaged one of my rockets. But yeah, I'm sure you're curious how this is functioning. You wants this? I figured you guys might enjoy this. So got a Doctrine with a big boy rocket. 3k base damage, big boy rocket. I want to say the big boy rocket's like 11k base. There's a few things to keep in mind with the big boy rocket. One, it does not apply status effects. So this can be useful, this can be not useful. But two, is slow. It's slow and has a big radius. But you only get a 1 mag with it. And I even tried getting 100% mag size boosts, and for whatever reason, with over 100%, like I double checked, it still didn't go to a 2 mag. That was kind of interesting. There's some weird shit going on there. But we're using that. Now the melee weapon that I want to try out, that I haven't yet, is I got a Fate Breaker here. And I want to try that instead of the Twin Soul, because I'm not really using the Echo. So let's try that. We got Blaze of Glory. Now, I kind of got shafted here. Sometimes Blaze of Glory rolls with 1 passive instead of 2, so I got fucked. I only got 1. But it's Primordial, you know, Frost, Spell Shot. Upon entering Save Your Soul, your Fate Maker's guns are reloaded and deal 30% bonus fire damage. Save Your Soul duration depletes 50% faster. So I don't need to wear this. I could instead use a Universal Soldier and just melee to refill instead of blowing myself up. But this is funnier. And also it makes it harder with me having 50% less Save Your Soul duration. So a little extra difficulty for this. I justified this to myself because, like, I'm playing Spell Shot here. So, like, difficulty. I'm using a Deuce's Visage. Now, this is one of the 3 quest rewards that still can't be enchanted. But it's got a unique amp where it amps for 150% and does it as Frost. So I don't have to use a Frost launcher with this, and it'd still be Frost damage. But it's got a bigger amp. It's got a little Nova when it breaks, which is kind of cute. Can't be enchanted, but big buff for 1 shot. I've got my standard Shark's Bane gun damage rings. Interesting thing with launcher builds, if you're running a launcher build that does not run a duration-based action skill, or does not run an action skill at all, because it's an ambi-hex build, there are no rings that help your gun's performance at all. The only stat I can get that helps me on ring for this build is spell crit damage. That's the only one. So your rings pretty much don't matter for this. If you happen to get a primordial gun damage Sharksbane with double spell crit damage, and guess what? You won the fucking game. But yeah, there's nothing that helps you in ring slot. There are no launcher passives on rings. I don't have an action skill. I don't have a companion. I don't have a radius-based spell. We're running a Diamond Gauntlets. Now, I intentionally didn't stand still much, just to see how much it's helping me, and it's helping me a lot. But I got a Diamond Gauntlets, a Frost one, with 3 points in Warcaster. Why is gun damage so high? Sharksbane does that, Noah. Sharksbane, this particular ring, if it gets gun damage that's its primary, it gets more. Only this ring does this. This isn't even a chaotic Diamond Gauntlets, but it has 3 Warcaster. And that's interesting because 8 out of 5 Warcaster, on getting a kill, you have a 96% chance to instantly reload your mag. Yes, Cat, I'm getting to that. You have an additional 2% chance per spellweaving stack, so all I need is 2 spellweaving stacks, and every single kill I get, my mag reloads. Now with a big boy rocket, that's important. That's big. So yeah, that's very fun tech. Now we're not critting very often, so we don't frequently get Sever the Thread, but Sever the Thread's there because we have to go deep enough into this tree to get max Warcaster and then 1 slot 1 kill, and then by the time we get Double Knot as well, we're at Sever the Thread, and I even overspec to get a point in imbued weapon. But and we got Berserker Tree down to Relentless Rage. We got 1 in Blood Frenzy. Yes, Cat. The unarmored defense point helps our amp a little bit, because we're basically in a situation where if... he's in rare form today. If we cast 3 spells after a shot, then our amp shield is full again, with the combination of Mage Armor plus unarmored defense. And we got Max the Old Ways, so we can barrel stuff with Launcher. Ambi-Hex, so we can run both a Ice Spike as a backup kill method, and a Tidebreaker. Now this extra projectile, I'm not even sure if it works on the Big Boy Rocket, I just happened to roll onto this, and I have it equipped. So I got a science that, but it's certainly fun, if it works. And then we've got extra gun crit chance from casting a spell with this Tidebreaker. The gun crit chance is nice because you're obviously not hitting a physical crit spot with the Big Boy Rocket. And interesting stats you can see. Since I'm standing still right now, the spell crit chance on my Ice Spike is 131%. If I switch over to that, you can see the crit chance on my Tidebreaker is 59%. This cat is losing his mind. One of the Sharksbane isn't favorited. Better. What was the armor? Diamond Gauntlets. Amalgam wouldn't give more area damage than anything else would. Diamond Gauntlets gives crit chance and elemental damage. Hey Comp, how you doing? If 100% Warcaster, why is Save Your Soul Amulet needed? Because I was using this before I started with 100% Warcaster. And also, if I ever end up in a situation where I have 1 spell weaving stack, and I go down and I don't get the reload, you also get the bonus fire element while down with this Viper, and that helps against frost resistant or immune enemies. Universal Soldier would be a better play here. I just haven't gotten one I want to use. Has had to be like that right before big dumps. Watch out. They're now over there playing. Fighting, playing, I don't know. One of the two. It looks more like fighting now. Cats being cats. Just doing cat things. Skeep. Skeep could be good here. Because I imagine shooting once to down myself spawns the Skeep, right? I'll have to keep an eye out. Slip and Stun. Slip and Stun could be good, but only loot luck? No thank you. A Blaze of Glory that's already, like, better than the one I have, but doesn't have the right class power element. Sad. Three class-specific enchants in a row, none of them Ghostblades. Sag. If you were a Trick Mirror, that reflect your own damage to yourself through enemy. Thanks for testing? With Big Boy? Thanks for testing. So interested in the message build, seeing how I maxed my stat yesterday. I guess I can run trap scaling for it. I tried out the message on this briefly. Comp, and it just kind of worked out to be a heavily discount Big Boy Rocket. Message is good for Pandemasium, Contagion stuff. So you could do that. Oh, when did it switch to the other? Cool. This room is such a troll. Yeah, didn't people get the message? Hey Deep Zombie, how you doing? Also messing around with Message Trap Scallion. Nice. I'm not sure what downed me there. I don't think it was me. But, oh well. See, I find this one to be a bigger troll. Yeah, this one's a little... Because sometimes enemies will be so far away that I don't have time. That's why the Ice Spike's great here, but if I miss, I'm fucked. Ice Spike's great because it's precise. And if I hit something, they will die. But sometimes I miss. I also need to remember to stand still more for Diamond Gauntlets. Times 2 projectile is probably nice for message. Oh, with that bug? Yeah, that's... I mean, there's that enchant that gives you a chance to shoot an extra projectile after getting a spell kill. Maybe that is an option to get that legitimately. Alright, stop making me want to make new characters. I don't have the time. But I gotta make new builds. Because remember, Viper, there's no build diversity in this game. You gotta use the same thing. See, this is the same build everyone else uses, right? Speaking of, why don't you run that enchant with Big Boy Rockets? Yeah, why don't I? We all get forced to play whatever build Quag uses. Oh, I should pay more attention. There's a fucking thing. Yeah, I forgot to go over to the left. What you gotta do there? Wait to see the 100% Berserker build? I have that. It's a thing that exists. I just haven't played it in a couple streams. It is a 100% Berserker Feral Surge build. Circle around to it once build ideas slow down a little bit. But I've had too many ideas, and things that I want to farm for, so I've been prioritizing other builds over that one. But that one's still in progress. It's at like Chaos 25 or something right now. The pure Berserker. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Playing Ghostblade, and bam, now I'm holding the launcher. Still need to get a grip on what good damage spells are and whatnot, mostly been gravitating to sigils. Sigils are great. Also regarding why Blaze of Glory plus Warcaster is good, like there, I didn't get a kill with my first shot. And now enemies aren't spawning. I've never seen this. Has anyone ever had this happen? Help? Huh. That's new. So when I see your Clawgrave build, still a work in progress. Not happy with it. Well, there's only one thing we can do in this situation. The only winning move is not to spawn. All forms of ice spikes have a use somewhere, comp. Well, that's unfortunate.
So long as the other lies in my grave.
Guess we're resetting this run.
Pass beyond.
Blew up the game. Yeah, comp. All variety of ice spikes are useful in one way or another. Blazing Calamities are great. Arcane Bolt's a great spell. Glacial Cascade, Quaking Sunders. I'm personally a big fan of Eruptions as well. The self-cast ones are my preference. Hey, that Deuce's Nova actually killed something. I'm kind of impressed. Novas can't kill in this game. Ow, ow, ow. Fire Cloud. See, like, how did that not hit? Hitboxes. What was that? I don't know what happened. That was so weird. Self-cast eruptions are novas, basically. Had a buddy get revived by a shroom at the same time as time ran out, ended up spawning invisible and able to move. Had to take the L. Oof. Yeah, the mushroom will try to revive you even if you're already up, if it just decided to revive you already. It's very stubborn, and what that'll result in is it lowers your health. Because the game doesn't revive you with full health. That may have been a bad decision. We're good.
Their soul now devours the waters of the Nevertide.
Oops. It doesn't count against me. It's fine. Can Garlic's Breath Nova's kill stuff? I still have not even seen the spell a single time, Reckless Monster. I've spent somewhere in the 200,000 range of souls, and I've not seen the spell once. So, I couldn't tell you. I've never had one. Ever tell me what spells are good, I'll try to keep an eye out for them. Yeah, it's easier to, like... Think of it this way, Comp. It's not so much a case of what spells are good, it's more what spells aren't good. Because most spells can be... Like, you can find a use for them somehow. Whether it's direct damage, whether it's with a specific skill interaction, whether it's for utility purposes. Like, it's much easier to quantify things through the lens of what isn't good versus what is, because most things in this game are good. Found a use for Laser Hand. It's very high crit, it's very precise, short cooldown. It's not as good a damage option as something like an Ice Spike, but it can be used to kill things in a spell build. Oh, hi, you back from your trip, Goblin Engineer? How was your flight? Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I just knocked him out of bounds somewhere. Do goblins get sabbaticals? That's a good question. I'm sure Jar fought for that, right? Feel like a great singularity spell would go with this build. Maybe, Kane Paradox. Awkward thing about that is I don't really have room. Like, I need this Ice Spike as a backup way of killing things, and this Tidebreaker is providing me more damage to my entire setup. Maybe what I could do is run a Cape of Tides, and then swap out the Tidebreaker for a Singularity spell. That would work.
Ready to fling some spells.
Forgot the existence of crabs. Oh, one-shot the Dragon Lord statue, by the way. Cool.
I shall not answer death's call so soon.
Only got one Garlic Breath and like 5 Lich's Augurs after spending 40k souls. I'm hoping they increase drop rates for ridiculously items, otherwise 3 and 4 would be impossible to get. I hope that they just don't do the thing where they're not in the bunnies again, because it's miserable. Like, I want to try out the gear, but it's been 2 weeks almost, and I've not seen Garlic Breath a single time. I literally play this game professionally. I put in more hours, and I've still not seen it. That's how loot acquisition's screwed. Like, don't listen to the bunny haters. Just make it available through both. Main reason you keep getting your big boy back is because of the Wrath of Fate. What is the Wrath of Fate skill? I don't know what that is.
Quick, grab a soul claw before. Damn. Never mind.
Gonna play some games, good luck with the build. Thanks, Comp. You have a good one. Appreciate the lurk. Morning stuff, Beaver. How you doing? I wonder if they'll do another 4 DLCs or something. Based on how well this game has done financially for them, I think it's very likely that we get a second season. Scott Wonderland is a good game. What are your thoughts on it? I love this game, Sir Panda Chill. I have a lot of hours in this game, and I love making builds. I love doing the Chaos Chamber. There's just a lot to love. Oh, we one-shot the dragon statue again. Oops. Whoopsie. I love this game. It's truly a builder's paradise. If you like making all sorts of crazy builds using different guns, spellcasting, melee, different abilities, all sorts of cool, wacky stuff, then yeah, this game's right up your alley. What 2-class combination would you recommend for a shock build? There's no real, like... Shock build isn't really a specific thing, Kane Paradox, because the way elements work is most things in this game can be elemental, and a lot of those things can just happen to roll as shock, so shock build isn't really a good descriptor. You could make a shock build of anything. Like, I could use a Skeet Prod and call it a shock build. I could use an auto magic that happened to roll in shock and call it a shock build. Like, what more specifically are you trying to do? Like, I happen to be using a lot of Frost right now, but I still wouldn't call it a cryo build. Warcaster? Yeah, Foster, Warcaster. Yeah, 8 out of 5 Warcaster means that it only takes 2 Spellweaving stacks for us to have guaranteed reload whenever we get a kill, and then we also have guaranteed reload whenever we go down. Morning, Alan Per. How you doing? Got a Chaotic Ruby's Spite last night. Do you have a build for that gun to refill the mags when I have the 11 mags times 2? Ruby Spite is times 3? Which gun are you talking about? Ruby's Wrath's a launcher from BO3. Ruby Spite's a times 3 pistol in this game. Sounds like you could also be talking about the Gluttony. I'm not sure which gun you mean. Oh, where'd the ads go? There we go.
Looks like magic. No more spell juice. By no means over.
I need to stand still more. I'm just scared of losing my amp to those. Ooh, that was a 1 mil. Nice. That was a 1 mil to the face. Ruby Spite kind of doesn't need a build. Yeah, it's just one of those things, you get a kill and then the gun starts playing the game for you. Just any build that is capable of killing with a gun, Ruby Spite will be good on. So if it is that gun, then yeah. I know Lazy plays a Trap Scallion build with it, that's Spell Shot Stabomancer. I can use it on my Mist Dancer, which is Spore Warden Stabomancer. This works. Try and down yourself with every shot, it's just a side effect. Sometimes I'm trying, sometimes I'm not. Hey Stump, how you doing? Guess a build that enhances shock the most and skills vary around shock. Yeah, there's no build that enhances shock the most. It is something you use incidentally. It's not really a... like, there's very little reason to use specifically shock. I guess for Soaked and for Claw Armor and Clawbringers are Awe Skill. Those are like the reasons to use shock. Like my Ghostblade build happens to have a lot of shock damage, but it's not really for that. I think you're going to want to narrow down your build concept more, because just use shock damage, it doesn't cross many things off for you. You're still doing all the same stuff. No, just hit me. Hit me. Ah. Get him on the next cycle. Get him on the next cycle. Hey Rorzak, how you doing? Wonderland is indeed a great game. A lot to do at launch. I love the fact that non-unique gear is viable. Me too. Me too. That's why I wish there was something in the game explaining the stuff you need a college degree to know how damage works in this game. In terms of elements, not particularly, Juventud. So, elements in Borderlands is just part of the... Borderlands and Wonderlands is just part of the rock, paper, scissors of the game. It's like, none has an inherent advantage or, like, reason to go for over another, except some things happen to only be available in certain elements. Like, for example, the Gluttony and the Ruby Spite are always dark magic. You don't use them because they're dark magic in most instances, they just happen to be dark magic, and that's the only way you can use them. So, to maximize them, you end up building more dark magic boosts. But, again, that's not for them being dark magic, you know? Hey Rohit, how you doing? Mid-dinner prep going on here? Ooh, what you having? If Thunder Anima could be enchanted and Storm Surge worked properly, those would make for a fun shock beam build. They could. But again, it's like how shock gauge in BL2 was presented to be a thing. It's not so much a thing as, like, good gauge build took that. You know, like, it's hard to describe. Like, you could argue that this is a cryo build, because my gun is cryo, my ward is cryo amp, so it would make my gun cryo if it wasn't, and I'm using 2 cryo spells. But, like, that's not how I built it. I'm using ice spikes because ice spikes specifically do damage. Good damage. At a high crit rate, and I always want more excuses to use the spell that I got from a vendor. And what boosts the damage of my ice spike? Oh, Tidebreaker. Okay, I may as well use a gun element that Tidebreaker also boosts. Okay, I got that. Let's see, I want to boost my gun. I'll go for Frost here. Like, it's not a Frost build, it's just a build that happens to be committing to damage boosts that apply to as many things as possible. I could easily shift this in the direction of being more fire-oriented, because this amulet gives me a fire bonus element. Ruby Spite? Yeah, it's as simple as shoot gun with that gun. Yeah, Alan Per. The Ruby Spite's whole thing is you get a kill with it, and then it starts aimbotting for you. That's a corrupted plate mail with 3 contagion. Yes. Cream of sweet corn soup and oat crusted oyster mushrooms with an Indian herb mix. Ooh. That sounds amazing. I probably shouldn't eat something like that on a hot day like this, but I would do it anyway, and then complain about it. How's endgame in this game? Recently quit Destiny and need to shoot stuff. Endgame in this game is, if you like the core DNA of Borderlands, like building in Borderlands games, this game has the most endgame they've done of any Lands game at launch. We launched with 4 raid bosses, and the Chaos Chamber is their first randomized activity. It's 70 plus rooms with various enemy sets used in different combinations, randomized objectives within those rooms. Cat. What are you doing, Cat? Anything else to add? No? You good? There are really 70 rooms? Well, they said 60 plus at launch. And each PLC has added 4 plus a boss room, I believe. So that's 69 plus.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
So using their words plus math. It's a Volatile Theurge, Frost Berserker, Reload Speed Action Skill cooldown. That's a good one. You believe Ruby should be nerfed then? It was already nerfed. Worked it out, it's base game 60 rooms, including bosses. Okay, so if you include the 2 PLCs, that makes 70.
Put some bloody armor on you, Ninny.
I should use this in a build. Double Fleet is, like, really nice, and it's got a brimming part. Only 800 capacity? You could use this for, like, the Bronco Buster type stuff. Huh. I never realized this was a low capacity one.
My oath prevents me from taking money, so let's call it.
4 raid bosses, you say? Just boss room full raid similar to Guardian Takedown. So at the end of a Chaos Chamber run, basically each boss has a sort of mini puzzle that you can find throughout your progression through the Chaos Chamber. And completing the associated puzzle on your run through will unlock the boss at the end. So any of the boss puzzles that you've completed will give you the option to do those bosses as part of a gauntlet at the end. So let's say I've done all 3 of the boss puzzles throughout my run. After I beat the final boss of the Chaos Chamber, I'll have a red portal next to my yellow one. The yellow one goes to the loot room, but the red one continues the run and goes into a room where you're then teleported, and you fight the 3 bosses in order, and then after you beat all 3 of them, you fight the 4th one. So what you can do in this game is you can have a gauntlet of 9 mobbing rooms with a mini-boss halfway through that, and then you can have the end boss, and then you have 4 more boss fights of raid level difficulty. And all the rooms along the way can be randomized. Also, you get to choose which categories of items you want as loot at the end. There's a bunny for each item type, so you spend crystals, the currency you got from doing all that stuff. And you tell the game, hey, I want SMGs, and it'll spit you out SMGs. If you want armor, it'll spit you out armor. Sounds good, right? Working on a throwable hole build, just trying to find a boss and gun. Any suggestions for a Graveburg class mix, or just use the usual suspects? Pretty much going to be the usual suspects there, Urban Mech. A boss and gun is a boss and gun is a boss and gun, you know? Anything the game could take from BL3? Nothing. I like this game, and I also like BL3. I don't want this game to be BL3. Morning, Pragmatic. How you doing? Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Want to try Boreas Breath since I found out it existed. Daddy farming too sleepy for me, sadly. Understandable. Daddy farming is, funnin'. It's fun except for the part where it's not fun. Thanks. I think I'll be downloading. Sounds good. Welcome in. Want to add some old guns in the game, like Infinity Pistol? Why? Here's the thing. The Infinity has been shit in every game it's been in. It's been just worse than other pistols. So why would they waste development resources bringing back something that did not do anything meaningful in the builds department, that they've never been able to balance well? For the sake of nostalgia, in the game that literally wants to fight that concept so hard that it removed Borderlands from its name. Bringing back items for the sake of bringing back items does nothing for the game except cause the slow death of creativity. Imagine if they had just brought back boring, half-baked concepts like the Infinity instead of doing new and cool stuff like the headcanon. The revamp to the Sword Explosion, like, they made it not a boring gun. Last Rites is cool as shit. Livewire, even though it's unbalanced, is definitely creative. Like, instead of bringing back items, they exercised some creativity and made new things. I don't want the same guns that have been used for the last 10 years. They could all go. I would prefer they didn't bring a single thing back, because new things presents opportunities for new things for you to like. If they had just brought back the same guns endlessly, all the stuff you like from Borderlands 2 would never have existed. Because Borderlands 1 came first.
They cry for blood, and blood they shall have. This is by no means over.
Pookie's Chew Toy is like Maggie. Is it? I mean, it's a pistol of the equivalent manufacturer. Looks completely different. Has different parts. Has different mag size. Sure, it's got the manufacturer ricochet thing. At a relatively high capacity for the manufacturer, but like, it's not like the Maggie at all, because the Maggie wasn't special. It didn't do a thing. It was just good stats done. Whereas the Pookie's has a legendary effect of ammo refund. Chance for ammo refund on a crit. Blue cake is like the yellow cake, but different. Sword Explosion came back, but they completely changed it. It may as well be a different gun. And I say that as a good thing, because it's now interesting. Overpowered, but interesting. Whee! The Cyclops space program. I feel like if they could or did more than just armor mod, they could have did more. I mean, armor is a class mod. They have the multi-class system. You're not tied to one class anymore. And the only logical way they could have done that is with doing it this way. Like, what's wrong with it? Class, bracer, helmet, boots, that sort. Farming in this game is already so player unfriendly with the number of specific stats you need to go after. Dividing this into more slots just makes farming worse. No thank you. No thank you. I will pass on that one. Should Pookie's and Lacerates be legendary? I still hold the belief that every single red text item should be legendary. It doesn't mean anything for them to not be legendary. Just arbitrarily they're different colors. So yeah, Lacerates, Pookie's, all the quest rewards, make them all legendary. If it has a unique effect, it should be in the legendary rarity. That's my opinion. Giving up moved most of my farming to Reddit. But do you use the trading subreddits, dude, bro? I did that a lot in BO3 in my console days.
Nothing but fizzles left.
Love how they brought back the Herald. Yes, best iteration of the Herald yet. More of an RPG type of feel. Well, this isn't that kind of game. They already did more of an RPG type feel by making it more fantasy oriented. Echo 2 was fun as a common, but like it didn't need to be. It did not change the gameplay of that item. Like, that item functionally dropped as a legendary. If you ever got an Echo 2, you got a legendary world drop. Like, that's literally how the drop works, but it's just arbitrarily different rarity. And all this serves is to perpetuate the rarity confusion issue. Where people will say things like, legendaries don't mean anything. Like, but they do, though. People say things like they want pearlescence back. Like, why? They don't do anything. They're not different. So all uniques, make them legendary rarity, and then everything non-unique is the other rarities. Makes it simple. Don't really care for cosmetics like that, even this is the best style options I've ever had. So you're asking for more RPG aspects in one breath, and then saying you don't like cosmetics, which are something traditionally associated with character building in RPGs. So which one? I'd activate your Enrage with your spell? Good question. So, Relentless Rage, when you get a death save, it enrages you. So by blowing myself up. Last Rage is such an awesome shotgun, I love it, and I have no soaked equipment. It's just that good, yeah. Point blank with a rocket's a bad idea? You sure? I don't think it is. I don't think it is a bad idea. I think it's a good idea. So I'm gonna do it more. It seems to be working out well for me. Wondering why you're up close to the rocket? Yeah. Going down gets me a free reload, gets me a fire bonus element on my next shot. And it also gets me Enrage. Also, big boy rockets are very inaccurate, so the closer I am, the better I can aim them. Picked up a random green gun. What did I pick up? Do you have old ways? Yes. Never used Tiebreaker, just got one though. It's a good spell. I go into From the Shadows and clean house the last rites. It's just that great a gun. Yeah, I love that gun. It's my favorite in the entire game, the Ellen Per. Love to be able to modify armor skins. Some sort of transmog for armors would be cool. What does Enrage do? What are the ways to get it other than killing yourself? Enrage is a bonus element. It's the Berserker class feat. So, it's bonus frost damage on everything you do. There are also several Berserker skills that get increased effects while you are enraged. Such as Cold Snap doubles, Iron Squall doubles. Unyielding gets an entirely different second heal that's really good. Huh. I didn't think it'd get me. Yeah, you know, I just didn't play that well. I'm a Berserker is the best synergy of every build. Yeah, Berserker has a skill tree that just complements every other skill tree very well. I would agree with that. What's special about Unyielding? So, it says it doubles when you're enraged, but the heal you get while you're enraged is based off max health instead of missing health, so it's better. But you still get the other heal too. You just get 2 heals. No, I didn't dodge that well at all. Just gotta remember to stand still more. The Diamond Gauntlets. I want to wait for my big blue rocket to come back. I don't need it, but I want to finish the fight with it. Done with cooking and serving the fam. Remember your statement, although usually true of many Indian herb mixes are very, very neutral. One of those anomaly Indians who's lost tolerance for spice. Interesting. I really like spice, personally. But yeah, it's a bit of a hot day, so it's probably in my best interest to not do that. Wonderlands gives me BL1 vibe sometimes. Just found a 1-mag masher pistol. Yeah, those are super fun to use, Rozak. I like those a lot. And other diamond gauntlets. The reverse of the multi-class combo I want. So Grave Spell gets Warcaster. Spell Grave gets stuff I don't care about. What's that? See, this is Grave Spell. Warcaster. Talk about exploding yourself with a rocket launcher reminded me of one of my first times playing BO2 Zombies. I was wondering the other day, why is Crit Connoisseur good, but Holy Crit was bad? Because everything can crit in this game, with the exception of Spore Fuse, Blast Chill, and Blast Cast. Everything can crit in this game. So it's not like with Holy Crit where, let's say you were playing Moze, for example. With Holy Crit, sure, you could hit a crit with your gun, but Short Fuse couldn't crit, so Short Fuse would take the damage penalty. So you're still just doing less damage. All classes, range classes. You can do melee builds in this game. 5 of the 6 classes have various things that help out melee. There's a couple of them that are more suited to melee than others. Like this class, the Berserker, has a lot of melee-specific stuff, as does the Clawbringer and the Stabomancer. So those 3 are more focused on melee, but you can still do melee stuff on Spellshot and Graveborn as well. They have things that could be leveraged for melee builds. Spore Warden has the least helpful stuff for melee, but like, you could do it. Nothing's physically stopping you from doing it. It just wouldn't be as good as the others. Might be random, I was hoping for a bow-type weapon in this game. Yeah, because this game uses the BL3 part set and stuff, and there's no animations or, like, items for an actual physical bow in that game. I think their attempt at giving us that anyway was the Barrage action skill for Spore Warden. That's the closest we're gonna get. Now, maybe in the next, like, main title, we get a bow. That'd be really cool. I'd love to see that. Sometimes finding armor it's better when what I'm using looks like a completely different class. I like to search for stats and fashion. Don't like that they're together. I would prefer a way to control the fashion a little bit better, yeah. Did want to ask, what armor gives me awe and good for a wildfire build? Trying to display the angles and Cork Arouser on this build. Primary Clawbringer, secondary Stabomancer gives awe. Also, primary Spellshot, secondary Clawbringer. I think those are the 2 that give awe. Morning, Paul. How you doing today? One of my favorite Moe's theory crafting things I did was taking hard-headed on my fastball build. This bull holy pin doesn't get crit formula. Hard-headed. What's hard-headed? Was that the just minus crit one? That's one of the Mayhem 4 modifiers, right? Longbow returns, shoots fireworks, crits ricochets, black powder. It's that different and interesting. Why would you waste effort being like, this is the longbow? Just make a new gun. That's the whole thing. That's the entire point. Make a new thing. If you want to use the longbow, go to BL2. It's there. Make new thing. Why have one thing twice with one version inevitably shittier than the other when you could just have one good thing and then a whole separate also good thing? That's how I look at it. Like, bringing back an item's a risk. You either make it monstrously power creepy or it doesn't live up to a previous version. There is no in between. Example, Sword Explosion was a joke of an item, and it got buffed, and now it's just one of the strongest items they've ever made. Hellfire got worse in each iteration. Across every game it got put in. It was the best in BL1, worse in BL2, even worse in BL3. Like, why? Why do it? You damage the butt styling statue yourself? I don't know. That's a good question. I have a counter argument to make something new is better, Face Puncher. I mean, it's not guaranteed to be better, but the concept of creating new things is better. Face Puncher was a mistake that I don't want them to repeat, but now we learn. I didn't get a kill with that one. Bring back the plasma coil and go play BL3. It's still there. It still exists. Frostbite should go away when the round ends. I don't mind that it's still around when the round's over, because that lets you get a death save. And there's no penalties for dying as long as the round's over. So, it's just kind of convenient. I keep forgetting to sit still, chat. I've got Diamond Gauntlets on, and there's so much damage I'm leaving on the table by not sitting still, but I just forget. Constantly. Gonna be sad though when they stop putting out new featured runs. It might end up like the Maurice machine for BL3, where they just implemented a system to rotate it in-game, like, hands-off. Like, they don't have to swap out the Maurice pool every week in BL3. So I could see them doing something like that eventually for featured in this game. I don't think the Fatebreaker is doing much here, but it looks cool.
Need more magic.
Sniped them. That's why I just can't bring myself to pick up Diamond Gauntlets. It's so tough to remember not to move. Bring back the concept of Plasma Coil and a wholly different gun would be cool. Blazing Volley literally does that, but with more functionality and in a different element. There you go. Hey, we one-shot the Dragon Lord statue again. And it's so satisfying. Run creators could be awesome with limits, of course. Yeah, that'd be really fun. Watch first 2 episodes of Obi-Wan? I did. Let's try to keep it spoiler-free for people here who haven't seen it, but I'm interested to see where the series goes. And of course, like, it's fantastic seeing Ewan McGregor in that role again. I just like him as an actor a lot, and I grew up with the prequel movies. So, just good vibes, good vibes. Movement in BL3 Wonderlands feels so good that I just cannot stand still like I did in previous games. Yeah, there was a time where I had myself programmed to stand still because flak player, and there's a nice damage and fire rate skill in BL3 for standing still, but at some point I deprogrammed myself, and I can't do that anymore. Hey Rabbit, how you doing? Yeah, I'm so bad at dodging that. Did I not get a kill with that? Shit. Nope, misplayed that. Evil Eye Crabs deprogrammed you. Maybe it was that. Still miss Slide Slam artifacts sometimes. There is a Slide Amulet and a Slam Amulet, Aaron. We're in month 2. Very high risk, high reward build? Yes. May I ask what the charge for Disney Plus is? Because it feels like I'm missing out on good shows. You know, I don't know how much it costs right now. Yeah, the price has gone up 3 times since I signed up. I think it's $9 a month now. I think. Any other Disney Plus people? I want to say it's $9 a month. It's gone up like 3 times since I subscribed. But there's usually something I want to watch on it, so I just kind of buy it anyway. Oh, that was a miss. Down me, down me. I need the reload.
Fools of the grave.
8? It might be 8. Yeah, might be 8. Thanks, Joey. Man, the ads aren't grouping the way I want them to. I'll stop dicking around on the next one. Yeah, Kevin, you are a good boy. 12 in Canada? Ugh. Our dollars poop? Pain. Yeah, cat, you are a cat. Barely survived that. Close. You almost had me, Parasite. You almost had me. Yeah, it wasn't impressive as impressive as the first couple runs, but I still enjoyed myself. Price of everything's getting ridiculous. Yeah. Check it out. I want to see The Mandalorian bad. Yeah, season 3 of that is in February, I believe. Mandalorian's pretty good. Playing with Bolt Lash, notice it works barb load, it's great. Unfortunately, the Bolt Lash itself does absolutely terrible damage. But yeah, it does work with barb load. Time to kill raid bosses. We killed Gloop with this. I haven't tried Bunny yet. I don't think this would go well on Bunny. Are you getting Rage with no action skill? Just from Death Save? Yep. Just from Relentless Rage Death Save. Purchase the initial 3-year sub for $120. It's about to end in October, November. That's still a pretty good deal, Old Scout Sniper. Neat. Shrooms, goblins, and zombies go F themselves. Cowards. True. And yeah, Kane Paradox. Them bringing back the old actors is definitely really cool. I thought the, I don't remember the actor's name. I'm a terrible fan. The guy who plays, Owen. He played him 20 years ago in Attack of the Clones. Meme of a movie, but he wasn't what was wrong with it. And I thought he did a great job so far in Obi-Wan show. That's been enjoyable. Hey, Mr. Black Guy, how you doing? Obi-Wan's kind of lukewarm on the Obi-Wan start. The thing with the Disney Plus Star Wars shows is some of them start great and then end weak. Some of them start weak and end great. The fact that I don't have a strong opinion either way doesn't strike me as a red flag. And there's enough conceptually that I like that I'm willing to be like, okay. Like, there's a lot of tie-ins to various things. The character work, at least on some of the characters, has been pretty good. I'm not going to spoil any of the plot points or anything, but there's enough that I'm invested in that I want to see more. I wouldn't, like, give it rave reviews or anything yet, but I'm glad they did the double episode drop. I think that was important for it. But yeah, I was asked for a build explanation. We're using a big boy rocket under barrel on this Doctrine, which has like 11k base damage. Big radius, slow rocket, and you're likely to down yourself with it. So, we're just investing everything into that shot, and we are getting as many free reloads of it as possible. Going down gives us a reload with this Blaze of Glory. We have 8 out of 5 in Warcaster, so getting a kill gets us a reload. So it's placing a shot as carefully as we can is the name of this build. We have Double Knot with an Ice Spike as a backup damage source if we need to get a reload or a death save. And Sever the Thread to keep our Tiebreaker and Ice Spike available as much as possible. Using a Deuces for... we get that nice little Nova when we blow up, but we also get a really big amp on our shot. And Diamond Gauntlets gives us some nice bonuses if I remember to stand still. If I remember. I usually don't. This Fatebreaker is nice for survivability, but I don't know. Open to melee weapon suggestions here. I want to have an amp hilt. Other than that, I'm not really particularly inclined towards anything. Luke's actual aunt and uncle. It's Anakin's mother's husband's kids. So they're not his biological family, but they're their father's stepbrother is their uncle. What do you think of the recent Star Wars movies? I thought Force Awakens was fine. Just fine. And then I thought Last Jedi was trash. Like, edgelord trash. And then Rise of Skywalker was doomed from the start, because you're asking J.J. Abrams to finish something that someone else made more difficult. Like, Rise of Skywalker was horrendously awful. But I thought Rogue One was really good. Rogue One was great, and I thought Solo wasn't as bad as people said it was. Universal Soldier, proc off, Salt and Battery, Dagger Storm, anything that counts as melee damage, move face. I tried to watch Rise of Skywalker like 3 times, just couldn't. Yeah, safe and sane. I laughed in the theater watching that movie. I laughed. At times you weren't supposed to laugh. I did that in Last Jedi as well, but even more in Rise of Skywalker. It was like, I don't think this is supposed to be funny, but it was. Or without reload your rocket? It would. Maybe Ragnarok could be useful? Maybe. It would be for Universal Soldier, for sure. Pollination. You think Rian Johnson's one of the worst things happened to the franchise? It's so weird, because I like Rian Johnson as a filmmaker. I just think he made the worst Star Wars movie. Like, I like him as a filmmaker. I like his other stuff a lot. Just, I don't think he was the pick for that. Primordial Hatchet gets over 1k. This is a decent stat spread, honestly. 1.4 attack speed, 130 crit damage, 13%. This is like a snake stick, stat-wise. Nice. Abrams was a bad choice. Filled Force Awakens with weird mystery stuff that wasn't necessary. Well, that weird mystery stuff could have worked if it had been paid off, but none of it was paid off. So, yes, because he didn't pay those things off in his second movie, yeah, that makes him a bad choice there. Force Awakens was largely just nostalgia retread, which, as a first entry in a trilogy, isn't inherently problematic if you add enough and you set up enough. Which I think, if you look at each of the 3 movies in a vacuum, Force Awakens could have gotten away with that if the following movies had paid that off, but they didn't. Last Jedi was a 3rd movie, placed 2nd, and Rise of Skywalker was a directionless pile of trash. It'd be like asking Guillermo del Toro to make a child-friendly Lion King. really like the idea of a female main character. I mean, that doesn't affect her ability, her characterization, her value as a character. Rey being a woman, it doesn't affect anything, and if you don't like the idea of a female main character, that's probably a you thing you should look at. That really doesn't sound good. Rey as a character sucked because Rey the person sucked. She's a fanfic character that had no meaningful struggle, no character progression, no hero's journey, story progression. Her being a woman doesn't affect anything. Like, that's pretty fucking toxic to have a problem with the idea of a female main character. Which, by the way, Leia in the OGs was absolutely a main character and a woman. So, like, there's precedent for it. There's a lot of casual misogyny in the Star Wars fanbase, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Like, criticize bad characters for being bad characters, not for being female. It's very weird. Thought Finn was the main character. Finn was set up to be the main character, and then they kind of changed their mind at the last minute. Also, they minimized John Boyega on the marketing materials because the Chinese market did not like the idea of a black lead, so maybe that's why he got sidelined in the other movies.
Strength beyond reckoning.
Seen Clone Wars? Clone Wars is fantastic. Love that series. Yeah, they also sidelined Kelly Marie Tran. And the fan base was absolutely brutal to her. Like, yes, her character kind of sucked, but she was not what was wrong with that character. So that poor woman got death threats because the people in the writer's room couldn't think how to use her character. Like, that was not on her. She didn't do anything. But the Star Wars community literally bullied her for years. It's still happening. A couple days ago, the official Star Wars Twitter account ratioed someone who was trying to bully her. Like, I think the character of Rose was just like, why did you do this? But the actress was never the problem there. I don't really have a problem with female main characters, but, like, stick to the plan is all I'm saying. Rogue One had a female main character the entire time, and it worked well. Make her story more developed. Yeah, her as a person is the problem. Her gender is not, has no bearing on that. Rey sucked because Rey sucks, not because Rey's female. Like, there's plenty of poorly written male characters in those movies, too. Like, imagine casting Oscar Isaac for a character and somehow making that character boring. Like, how do you do that? How is that possible?
Let us resume this contest, shall we? A restorative.
Holding out of touch, what is ratioing? Basically, a ratio is when someone leaves a comment somewhere, and then a reply to that comment gets more likes and engagement than the original. That's what's called a ratio. They did cast Pascal in the Wonder Woman movie. Pedro Pascal is great, and that movie was so bad. The fuck is Morbing? So, the movie Morbius, the Sony Spider-Man spin-off one, starring Jared Leto, is widely considered one of the worst movies ever made. and it's reached meme status. People just talk about morphing. Like, the movie's become a cult classic for being bad. If you're familiar with the Tommy Wiseau movie The Room, Morbius is kind of being looked at like this generation's The Room.
There is not a drop of magic remaining.
I missed my big boy rocket. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're good. That's a Starkiller movie? That'd be so cool. The Star Wars fanbase would not like it. They didn't like Starkiller. I thought The Force Unleashed was just kind of rad. And, I don't know, maybe I'm biased. Sam Witwer as an actor is just, like, as a person, too. Sam Witwer's just a cool guy. Like, he's a super nerd. He streams on Twitch, too. He played Starkiller, like, face and voice. He's the voice of Maul and does an excellent job there. Like, Sam Witwer's just a cool guy. I'd love to see him do more Star Wars stuff. Starkiller being made canon requires some pretty serious retcon. Well, Force Unleashed stuff was pre-Disney acquisition, right, J-Bridge? And they've already brought Thrawn and Bane and Revan into the new canon with, like, different stuff. So, like, they could do it. It's just a matter of, like, would they do it? You're a cool guy? No, you.
The cause of the grave.
Wasn't sure if that would kill that guy in one shot, so I decided to take myself with him.
That one. These hands.
Yeah, it was a 1 mil. You think there could be a way to make a horror Star Wars movie? I think that'd be really cool as a concept, but I don't know if there's like a market for it. I don't think Disney would do that, right? Because there's aspects of horror in Star Wars. It's just always kind of muted. Like, Darth Vader is a character. There's a lot of Darth Vader media out there that's like explores exactly how fucked up of a character that is. Like, if you've not read the Vader comics, basically the way he himself functions internally is Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker are two different people, and mentally the manifestation of Vader literally just murdered Anakin, like murdered him viciously. Is like, yeah, you're gone now. And his internal workings is just he's constantly just pissed at everything, and is like the worst boss in the history of bad bosses, to the point where in some games, like the Jedi Fallen Order, you see how his subordinates, like the Inquisitors, they're absolutely terrified of him. They're some of the meanest people you could imagine, and even mention him and they will like stand there piss themselves. Like, that kind of presence, you could definitely do a horror thing where, you know, you're being hunted by Vader or something. Like, Fallen Order could have gone in that direction, but that's not what sells, right? There's a lot of concepts in Star Wars they could approach from a horror angle. End of Rogue One. Yeah, there you go, Kirk. I've not seen that movie, Moonface. Please don't spoil. Comic sounds fucking incredible. The Vader comics are really good, if you've not read. I do recommend. I believe they're also canon. The Disney canon reset left in a couple things, most notably Clone Wars, and I think the Vader comic. Is the movies, Clone Wars, Vader comic. Mandalorian has some horror suspense episodes. Yeah, it did. Made it back. Welcome back, Stuff Fever. I don't like the idea that Vader's from split personalities trivializes Fall Redemption. It depends on how you view it, because, yeah, if you remove the agency of, hey, Anakin chose to do this evil shit because he himself turned into an evil person. Like, if you remove that, then it kind of makes him a bystander in his own story. I do get that angle. And it kind of presents some problems with the mechanics of the dark side throughout the series. It's like not this thing that you succumb to, it's this thing that creates another you. I do get what you mean there. I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm all out of spell stuff.
I need to stop missing my ice spike. Holy shit. There's one early new canon Star Wars comic where Vader has a hard fight, his mask cracks, some of the stormtroopers see him, he just force snaps their necks. Yeah, like, he's a bad boss. Vader in Rebels and final season of Clone Wars, absolutely fucking sick. I decided I didn't want to aim at that Cyclops, so I just blew myself up. That's kind of how this build functions. Not sure you can hit something, blow yourself up. Dude, Evil Chick is a man in endless pain and rage and justifies his service for his master. He doesn't even like his master, though. That's the thing. He does not fuck with Palpatine. He just feels trapped there. Like, there's a lot of grooming subtext with the Palpatine-Anakin relationship. Does make it hit a little bit harder. He doesn't do it because he likes Palpatine, he does it because he feels like he has no other option. That one up. Kind of like the monologues before she leaves Athenas in a not so good way. I don't remember those very well. Big explosion. What are the rules on that? No. Let's do some Ghostblade after this. I've had fun with this launcher build. I need to think about how I want to handle some raid bosses on it. Ooh, Diamond Gauntlets. The passives aren't good, though. And no Warcaster. I still have not tested Diamond Gauntlets with Feral Surge. And I should. Maya used her powers against the Athenas monks that were using the threat of her powers to keep the population in check. That does ring a bell. Saying a horror Star Wars would be a 2-hour performance review by Vader. could be enjoyable. I've been thinking about the game a lot because they finally showed a little bit of the sequel, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which is a sequel to Jedi Fallen Order. If you've not played Fallen Order, really enjoyable game. Does some interesting things with Star Wars lore. And there's basically a set piece where Vader's involved, and the game beats you over the head with the fact that you can't touch this guy. You can't fight this guy. Don't even attempt. And it's very much like there's a lot of pressure to it. Hey Sinju, how you doing? Doing good, glad to hear it. This Slip and Stun is trying, but that's only one mag size roll. Meh. 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 That's not the right button. Let's play some Ghostblade. How you doing? Doing well. We got a launcher build that's definitely unique and enjoyable that we spent a lot of time playing. I'll probably circle back to it in a bit, but I want to play some Ghostblade now. Big boy rockets, Warcaster, big explosions. Very satisfying.
Are you prepared?
And we've just been having some chill nerd talks about a lot of Star Wars chat.
Justice has been served. Turn back now.
How much duration do you have in this setup? Just this. So 28% before Silicone Ring kicks in.
My spell is ready.
I feel like Star Wars should explore Darkest Things in Order 66. They've been putting an Order 66 flashback in fucking everything in Star Wars. Like, it's eventually gonna get played out, which... like, it's such a cool concept, but... Dark Star Wars media is interesting. One of my favorite games, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. Extremely dark game. Without being, like, edgelord or anything. But it's just... It's very grim in tone. And I love that game. Download Borderlands 3, crashes at start. Yeah, Borderlands 3 is not a very stable game, I'm sorry to say. I love that game. I still have a lot of love for that game. The chances of me going back to it are still pretty high, but it is not a stable game. It crashes for no reason all the time. finally brought up KOTOR. Listen, I love that game, Viper. Hey, Love Spooch, how you doing? Launcher nonsense is happening. We just switched off of it, actually. But the first almost 2 hours of the stream, we used the launcher build. Basically, it's a Chillmonger setup with big boy rockets. And we use some very specific gear and skill interactions to have more big boy rockets available. I'll probably circle back to it in a few runs, but I felt like changing it up and playing some Ghostblade right now. Big boy, yeah. Well, the new LEGO Star Wars bundle game, I put a couple hours into it, not gonna lie, just making me want to play KOTOR again. KOTOR goated. KOTOR 2 in particular. KOTOR 1's good, KOTOR 2 is... mwah. When your company switches from Gmail to Outlook, but all your accounts are working through Gmail, so now you can't log into anything. Pain. Here's some obscure backstory. I don't ever read the Prima strategy guide for the old TIE Fighter. I read a bunch of Prima guides growing up. I never read that one. Control. Why? Those were huge growing up for me. And like, the quality of those guides is never very good. But this was like pre-internet content creation, so.
We'll take them all on together.
Hey Denalia, how you doing? KOTOR Twin Cinematics, my favorite thing to watch on the animations. Yeah, fucking amazing. This one is full of backstory for the main character. I read all that shit. That's cool. And a reason you choose to run the featured over random extended or normals? Enemies in the featured have higher drop rates. The obelisk boss and the end boss have higher drop rates in a featured run. And this week's featured has the Shadowfire from the obelisk boss. Also, I can chat more with you guys because I know the room layouts and I don't need to pay as close attention. Because the featured is fixed. Still waiting for lightsaber in Wonderlands. I'm sure they do it. They get away with it. I see a blank slate build from you. Want to see how you'd run it? I was messing around with blank slate. Basically, you could use it on a Sporcerer gun build in lieu of an armor with specific skills. Blank slate is never going to be better than anything else. It is always, like, technically not optimal. But it's better than a bad armor. So like, let's say you were doing, Lazy has a build where he goes, Sporcer, which is Spell Shot Spore Warden, to get Glass Cannon to keep his last gasp down, and then runs around shooting a Sawmill with effectively infinite ammo. Blank Slate is an option for that because the ability damage stuff you can get on a blank slate will increase play the angles. Spore Warden power is currently bugged and does not increase play the angles. And he doesn't cast a lot of spells, so and never reloads, so it doesn't have a lot of spell weaving. So it's an option that works. Now, is it optimal? No, because you could just get a fucking armor with magic bullets or something and be better off. But it's something you can do. Sabo 40 all damage blank slate, and 40 all damage does not make up for losing all this stuff. Because you can get it at Chaotic a 17 all damage. I think at Primordial it's like 33 or something. Like, might even be more. And Blank Slate does not go up with Chaos here. So Blank Slate is just kind of a fun intermediate item. Oh, Minecraft Diamond Sword. Love launchers in Wonderlands. Got a fun boot knocker the other day. Nice, nice. Launchers are good in this game. They're just less in your face than other games. Thanks for Human Granddad. Of course, Control. Of course. Favorite Star Wars game is Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. Fantastic game, Grasshopper. Good choice. This is a good shield with an enchant that I want to do more with build-wise. I was messing around with this enchant a bit on the launcher build, but I couldn't quite justify it. Maybe I revisit that. Less in your face. That's not the impression I got from the gameplay. Point taken. Anything about SWTOR? It's one of my most played games, period. I haven't played it in a few years, but I was very hardcore into that game for a lot of years. Did a lot of progression rating, was pretty good at PvP. If you're familiar with DPS parsing culture, I know it's a thing in WoW, or at least was a thing in WoW. That's a thing in SWTOR, and for a while I was top Sith Marauder in the world. That was fun. This was back in 2014. Are they remastering SWTOR? They just released a major update, Buick, like a month ago, I think? 2 months ago, maybe? All the ammo numbers match previous Lands games, but do you think launchers could use a small ammo count increase? I don't really think they need that either. So, they seem to want you to use launchers as secondary weapons in this game. And the reason why I believe that is because there are no launcher passives on items, whereas every other weapon category gets that. Launchers have an even bigger ammo regen penalty than they did in BL3. And most launchers are also ammo inefficient or projectile inefficient. Like, the Cannonballer isn't ammo inefficient, but good luck hitting things. Blue Cake is ammo inefficient, and awkward to hit in the split distance.
Heidi ho, fellas.
Hey, Bazooka Dude, thank you for the tier 2! With the 2 months on the 2 streak. That's very satisfying to look at. Thank you so much for the extra level of support. Means the world. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Me wondering what SWTOR is. Star Wars: The Old Republic. It's an MMO. Didn't get to see much of the earlier gameplay. I'm assuming one of the nice things about the launcher build is minimize the squad game. Yes. After this run, I'll go back to launcher build. I just wanted to play some Ghostblade for a few minutes. The thought I had is that I could do Ghostblade on a launcher build, because Universal Soldier is a thing. But I didn't end up going that route. I'd have to give up Berserker stuff. And Trap Scallion as a multi-class, it's kind of overdone. It looks pretty fun. Yeah, I like this a lot. Keep up the good gaming. I'll do my best.
I'm an army all my own. Was there ever a time?
Look, I haven't seen many builds that feature a Skulldugger gun, and I like it. Number's not 0, it's not a lot. Yeah, there's actually several reasons I'm using a Skulldugger gun here. One, Skulldugger pistols in ×2 or ×3 just have extremely high DPS. But additionally, I wanted a fire gun that has a good fire rate, good projectile count, and is relevant to my melee formula. This Scalawag is ×2, fire specifically for triggering the fire portion of Awe in the Clawbringer tree, which is a big crit damage boost. Almost a 5 fire rate, so it applies hits quickly, which stacks up follow-up, triggers dots for exploit their weakness, but it also applies the melee crossbolts very well. Crossbolts, you can up to 25 in one target, and, you know, I'm able to put in 10 a second. That's pretty good. Limited homing on the projectiles, and Skulldugger pistols have a 25 blade that they can have with melee crossbolts, whereas other manufacturers can only have a 15 blade. So it's like the perfect weapon for this. And once again, because Skulldugger pistols just have good DPS, I can actually simply kill things with the gun, despite this not being a gun build at all. Fuck you, Con Hammer. Ghostblade doesn't care that you're spinning.
I can dance again.
Get up to 40% melee? Yes, but the 40% requires getting both of the blades, and the 15 one is mutually exclusive with the melee crossbolts. And if you have to choose between the two, the melee crossbolts win, as long as you're willing to actually shoot. At least I'm pretty sure it's exclusive. If you got a drop, then I might have just read the part sheets wrong. Now I'll have to get farming again. That's so much spell crit chance. Armor passives are crazy. I haven't done a Ghostblade build yet either. Still so much of this game to play. There's so much to do. I always get confused when people are like, oh, I did everything. Like, no you didn't. Best class combos for gun builds. Just stupid to do a gun build on anything with spell shot. In terms of providing the most damage formula to guns, you're looking at either spell shot Spore Warden or spell shot Berserker, most likely. Spell shot Clawbringer has an honorary mention as well. But gun formula isn't necessarily everything there. Like, spell shot Stab-O-Mancer gets from the shadows, which facilitates a lot of interactions and high consistency. So you can make a gun build work on any multi-class. I'd say the classes that you have the most trouble doing that on would be like Grave Claw or Grave Spore because of the awkwardness of how those formulas work. Oath of Thunder apply to Ghostblade? Yes. Spell Shot's actually good for gun builds? Yes, Spell Shot is extremely good for gun builds. It's got a lot of gun boost in the tree. Does Ghostblade have any of the pathing problems with Ball? No, because it teleports. Now, there's some awkward spots where putting the blade on target is a little weird, but because it teleports instead of physically moving, you can just put Ghostblade exactly where it needs to be.
Aw, look who's come to play. This'll come in handy.
It is better than Phase Flare in every possible way. I feel like people read the spell and know the shot. But yeah, it is... Spell Shot's presented as a hybrid spellcasting and gunplay class. It's designed to be good at gun stuff and spell stuff, but because of how the stat spell damage works in this game, and the outlets we have to convert that to other things, such as Spellblade for melee, and, you know, Paradigm for melee and ability, Spell Shot just kind of ends up being good at everything.
Are you really so eager?
So you consider the weakest now in general? Spore? Yeah, I would say it'd be Spore Warden. Now remember, I say this as someone who I consider my main to be my Stabbo Spore Warden. And it has no trouble clearing content. But if I had to quantify a weakest class, it's probably Spore Warden. Honestly, you can make an argument for any order of characters, 2nd through 6th. I think Spore fails to tick the most boxes, honestly, Viper. Tried using the Hammer's Lightning for proc contagion dots? Yes, it's worse at it than Ghostblade. Ghostblade ticks faster, can have a very good damage value. So, like, Storm Dragon's Judgment is 3 hits of this 1319. And this does scale up with class power, but so does Ghostblade. But 1319, 3 hits, right? Ghostblade takes your melee weapon, penalizes it by 15%, but it even uses your swing speed, your elements, all that. So, lower base, but hits a lot more, is more controllable. And we have this Ghostblade enchant. And if I was to use things like action skill active enchantments, I think Ghostblade is better for contagion purposes and damage purposes than Storm Dragon's Judgment. The reason you would use Storm Dragon's Judgment is if you wanted more enchantment flexibility, and more freedom of usage. So, like, obviously, I have my Ghostblade. Ghostblade's out, everything's on all cylinders. I'm moving Ghostblade, I'm moving Ghostblade, I'm moving it. I'm running out of duration, running out of duration. Okay, now I have nothing. Now I have nothing until that comes back. But Storm Dragon's Judgment, if I retract it immediately, it's 5-second cooldown every time. So you get it much more frequently, which is why I think they're relative to each other. Process of an image form. What's that, Pollination? How long does it take you to optimize a build to like 80%, keeping the assumption that buffs and Dragonlord challenges account for the other 20% variance? I mean, usually like an afternoon. What I'll do is, if I think of a build concept, I throw it in a notepad. So like I keep a notepad doc open on my computer. I'll just throw a build concept there, and when I want to prep stream content, I'll just boot up the game and put as many pieces of that build together as I possibly can. And if I'm missing some, then I'll farm it. Sometimes I don't have stuff prepared in time. Like there's another build that I want to show, but I don't have any of the gear together, and I need to go through all my mules and stuff to get that. I think I need to also go do some farming. Read-only quest farming, yay. But usually it'll take me like an afternoon to get a build to a point where I'm willing to show it. Put it in curse comments? Okay. Let me know once it's there. How strong is Yoda? Pretty strong. Soul Shots first half, that's all personal preference, they're all so close. I don't know. The more I look at Spore, the more I'm like, this could change, this could change. Because let's look at Spore Warden. Spore Warden has the weakest of the pet class feats. Spore Warden has the weakest of the class power. Both of Spore Warden's action skills are underpowered. It just lost a lot of power from its capstone and main gun enchant. In terms of formula, it's got a lot less formula than a lot of the other trees. It's not bad, but compare it to the others. Like, it's a hard sell. I still play the class because I still like it. It's there. Okay, please don't crash my stream. Opening Discord does that sometimes. Interesting. That sure is. Gun enchant is horrible. I mean, it's not. Spore Fuse is one of the better gun enchants in the game. It's weirdly got 2 barrage enchants, and the second one's like just okay. But no, I would not say the gun enchant is horrible. Wouldn't say that at all. And it's got a ward enchant that's just kind of necessary to use barrage in any meaningful sense. But that's also a non-damage enchant on a character that really needs formula from gear to shine.
Who else dares oppose my power?
Random question. What character level would you say in BL2 is the hardest in VHM? I think it's level 56. It's the highest level before being able to get 2 capstones in your character. Do you want a serious answer or a shitpost answer? Because I have 2. I feel like Spore Warden and Berserker in the same boat as second class enhancers. I don't think so at all, because Berserker can stand well on its own, and Berserker also complements other classes. Spore Warden, more often than not, is an all or nothing thing. Because Spore Warden has a very good tier 5 and 6 in its skill tree. Like, that stuff is all really good. You've got Wrath of Nature, you've got Headhunter, you've got Play the Angles. Like, that's great. But if you take it as a second class, you don't get any of those things. Unless you get Wrath from Armor. Meanwhile, Berserker doesn't have that problem. Just any level investment in Berserker tree is just good.
Looks like magic's back on the mend.
So I don't think they're comparable in that sense at all.
Winter's Blade.
Both? Okay, the shitpost answer is level 80 because you'll have trouble enjoying anything about the game. But the real answer is probably something in the 50s, yeah, because that's when you're first starting UVHM, most likely, and you've had to go reacquire your gear late TVHM, and you're having to get in the habit of swapping for slag if you're not already doing so. So I'd say the 50s in general, or level 80. Isn't as strong until later on in the tree. Spellshot Berserker. Yeah, Spellshot Berserker to get very powerful very quickly in the tree. Clawbringer as well. Clawbringer kind of stagnates towards the middle, but is very powerful at the beginning and at tier 5. Spellshot gets magic bullets tier 1. So, like, yeah, that kind of sets the tone. Ooh, Diamond Gauntlets. High thread count. Fire. Yes. There's a bug flying around in my room. I don't know how it got in. Hope it doesn't land on me. Clawbringer's tree is just everywhere. People say that a lot. What, in your opinion, is wrong with Clawbringer's tree? Because Clawbringer's tree has gotten a bunch of buffs and is now in a state where it's one of the better skill trees. So, like, what, in your opinion, is wrong with it? People always say that, but then they never actually have an answer as to what is wrong with it. There's a couple things that could be addressed, sure, but, like, tree's good. Nothing wrong with it, just isn't anything specific about it. I mean, what does that mean? What do you mean there isn't anything specific about it? Class grade to T1, T5, good at T2, alright at T4, mad T3, T6. Right. Haven't been able to play in a few weeks. Next time I play, I started a bird character. Nice, Roddy. Hey, Purple Panda. Been trying to do a warrior greatsword setup with Hammer Zerker. Haven't found the right balance between tank and damage. Like, I'm too glass, don't do enough damage without live wire. Do you have a vampire hilt weapon? Like Viper said, getting Iron Squall for swing speed allows you to apply certain effects more frequently. Such as Vampire Hilt, which is 10% wards and health every hit. And that can be a really good source of tank, which allows you to pick up more damage elsewhere. You need less healing skills and stuff. Do have a burst spore with play the angles like that build, body rocker, last rights. Speaking of which, do you think because of how expensive SDUs are, they let us unspec and respec SDUs for a build? No, I don't think that's really necessary. Us having SDUs that are expensive is a good thing because in Borderlands 3, money was worthless. Like, you had so little to do with money in that game and everything was so cheap that people regularly hit the integer overflow where their money rolled over to 0. Hey, one shot.
These hands are. There are no pity for them. They were already. There's a chill in the air. Nothing but fizzles left. You'll have to do better than that.
Spore tried to focus on Ranger and got damage aspect. Graveborn and the bonuses they give you. What is Graveborn and the bonuses they give you? That seems pretty non-specific. Berserker is more about raged first damage buff type gameplay. That also doesn't. That's not specific either. Every build uses buffs and goes for damage. Charizard or Blastoise? Venusaur. I have to move some points around and play with it. Thank you. Of course. Launchers need some love in this game. They don't, though, Scooby-Doo. I'm literally using the launcher right now. They don't. That's the entire reason I'm doing this. They don't, though. Launchers do not need some love. People need to actually build for launchers. This is why this asking for buffs for weapon categories is not a good idea, because people will be like, hey, buff snipers, and they still won't build for snipers, so no amount of buffs will be enough. Proof. The 20% sniper buff was completely unnecessary, and it didn't satisfy those people. You can buff launchers, people will still have the same problems, because launchers do enough damage, just people don't build for them. Simple as that. We got Venusaur enjoyers in the chat. Love to see it. Love to see it. I know a lot of people who would sell level 72 stuff in their inbox on a fresh playthrough in BL3 to get quick access to SDUs. Yeah, and then at endgame, the currency had no, like, purpose. That's a Dragon Lord statue one-shot with a launcher. I really don't think they need more damage. That was for me blowing myself up and not having the correct fire mode on. Wasn't the launcher's fault. Depending on the B shield in BL2, I think it was one of the most damaging things they ever put in the game, and proof that the later endgame balance of BL2 ended up being structured around the B shield to a point where Veracitus was given mechanics specifically to counter that one item means that that item had too much of an impact. And considering there's so many people who run around saying, the B wasn't even the best shield for some things. It's pervasive and suppressed creativity. The B should have been gutted. Disagree, I've tried building for it, still weak. Are you looking at your screen, Scooby-Doo? Are you looking at gameplay? I mean, one-shot everything in room with one bullet does not say weak. On my Mistdancer build, I've used multiple launchers as well. The Anchor, Vladoff launchers, both unique and non-unique. The Cannonballer, the Blue Cake. Launchers are good. You having tried building for them does not mean you succeeded. Like, one-shot the Dragon Lord statue. That is a big DPS check. You know what doesn't one-shot the Dragon Lord statue? Most spell builds. Never given the launchers any respect. Which one are you using right now? I am using a Doctrine. A Doctrine with a big boy rocket underbarrel. Thinking of like trying to use Corrupted Blade Mail to make it proc more often. I'm unsure if that would just hurt the damage more than help. It would be a damage down. Vampire Hilt is going to be my big vouch there. But every gun needs to carry my Slapdash Meso build at the hardest difficulty. Right, like, if you're on Chaos 35, you gotta build. Like, that's how it works. Hey, Aaron, how you doing? I'm checking something. And a run build lesson? Sure. Got an idea. Maybe ask the guy making launcher good how he's making launchers good. I don't know. That sounds hard. Doesn't seem like bad damage to me. Next challenge, to build a spell stab with a Buffmeister, see if one shot the statue. I mean, why would I do that? Another kind of launcher I really like, if you want a different playstyle, where is it? This one right here, the Mole Man. If you want a more traditional, hey, I'm a spam rockets, Mole Man underbarrel is a good way of getting a decent micro rockets launcher. It's not really any better than non-uniques, but easier to farm. The micro rockets are 2 missiles for 1 ammo, and you can burn down single targets very quickly. So are launchers still bad, or are we going quiet on that? When you start putting a new build together, when you're just starting to get it together, do you drop the chaos level down? And how far if so? I don't, Dex. I do not. That's a personal thing, but it would be a waste of time to me, subjectively, if I created a build concept that worked great on Chaos 25, and then I got to 35 and it just doesn't work anymore. So I prefer to just go into the deep end. Want to buy Paradigm? I don't like Paradigm for how uninteresting it is. One, it can be very build-defining, to the point where your other stuff doesn't feel like it matters as much, and I want every piece of my build to feel impactful. 2, there's often better options. And 3, getting the right one is tough. So I wish you luck with that. Not that I disagree with damage output, Quag. You've tried raid bossing with this build? Yeah, we took out Gloop with it. We haven't tried Bunny or Bark yet. Bark would just be patience. And Bunny shouldn't be bad. We'll do Bunny on the next run. You ever farm for hours for better gear throughout chaos levels? Depends on how lucky you are, Irish. If you get a bunch of good chaotic drops that have relevant stats to your build, at say, you know, the climb up to Chaos 20, then that stuff could, in theory, carry you all the way to 35. But if you don't, then you're gonna have to stop and refarm occasionally. Gotta head out. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. Build, please. Yes. We got this Doctrine. As a backup weapon, I have this Last Rites, but I've not had to use it yet. But we got this Doctrine. Big boy rocket underbarrel. With these stats, it works out to something like a 11 or 12k base damage. And we're using 8 out of 5 Warcaster, so that every single time we get a kill, it refills our mag. Now, this does pull from our ammo stock, but this allows us to shoot multiple big boy rockets consecutively. We've got a Deuce's Visage, because this is the strongest amp shield in the game. Cannot be enchanted, doesn't matter, still more damage. And we get a neat little Nova when our ward breaks, which happens when we blow ourselves up. Blowing ourselves up also gives us a reload, if we should happen to fail to kill something with that shot. Blaze of Glory will reload for us, gives us a fire bonus element while we're down, and introduces a little bit of difficulty with making our Save Our Soul timer burn faster. I got a Tiebreaker for debuffing, also got this nice crit chance increase for the rockets after casting a spell. I've got an Ice Spike for a filler option for killing things that, you know, if it's one enemy and I'm not sure I can take it out in one rocket, I'll either weaken or kill it with this Ice Spike. It's great for getting death saves as well. And it's got this enchantment, chance to shoot an additional projectile after getting a spell kill, which is quite nice. Using a Diamond Gauntlets, standing still for a massive damage bonus, because 50% frost damage is great. 50% crit chance on a big boy rocket, which, logically speaking, we're not going to have easy access to critting with. It's even with a big open crit spot, it meanders quite a bit on the way. So having crit chance here is nice. Additionally, of course, it has okay passives, non-chaotic, which bums me out, but it's got okay passives. Spell crit chance is a bit wasted, but oh well. And 3 in Warcaster is the big thing here. Then we've got gun damage, Shark's Banes. There are no passives that help launchers in this game at all on rings, so just go for gun damage. If I was to get spell crit damage on these rings, that would be cool for my Ice Spikes, but Ice Spike is secondary, so I don't really care. Just the best gun damage Shark's Banes work here. You could run a Jamstone as well. Jamstone would be pretty good. I think optimally the setup might be a volatile or primordial gun damage Shark's Bane with, in the other slot, if I can get a specific stats spell damage Jamstone, that would be really good. Melee weapon, I currently have a Fatebreaker, although I'm experimenting here. I don't love Fatebreaker for this. I'm experimenting. And skill tree wise, Spell Shot Berserker, we go all the way down to Sever the Thread with Spell Shot, and we go down to Relentless Rage Berserker. Getting 8 points in Warcaster is what gives us guaranteed reloads on kill. You could go fewer Warcaster, but you open yourself up to inconsistency. Where to get Shark's Bane? It's from PLC 1. So once you've defeated chums on that character, it gets introduced to your loot pool, and you could get it from the wheel, you could get it from bunnies, you could get it as a world drop. It's actually Sinquag's a hoarder, because we know that's not true. Are you dumping too much into gun damage? Where does the other formula come from? Magic bullets, so spell damage goes into that. I have the old ways for conditional damage. I have Icebreaker for a fresh multiplier. I have area damage from my armor. I have frost damage and all damage over here. I have amp from here. I have amp from here. And all damage enchant. What makes you think I'm dumping too much into gun damage, Irish? What would I put here instead of gun damage? Spell damage for more magic bullets? Yeah, I mentioned that's something I could do, but there are no other options there. I'm not using a single gun damage enchant. How am I mechanically dumping too much into gun damage? Sever the Thread because the higher chance of crits? Sever the Thread because I'm already down here. Putting 5 into Warcaster puts me to the next tier, right? So then I'm taking high thread count, and then I'm taking 1 slot 1 kill. That puts me 3 points away from having Sever the Thread available. I max Double Knot, then this becomes available. May as well put the point there. I even overspec and I take a point in Imbued Weapon, because I have an additional skill point available. And getting that 1 in Imbued Weapon is probably more impactful than anything over here. I don't hit enemies frequently enough to build up frost on them for Icebreaker, and no, 1 point here is still big. It's a fresh multiplier. Getting another Ancestral Frost would be non-impactful. I don't switch weapons or reload for Instinct often enough to care. Blood Frenzy is only here to extend my Enrage, and I already have area damage on my armor. Also a myth rank, also a myth rank. No glass cannon, obviously because of amp shield, but yeah, no glass cannon. Would area increase be nice? It's 5% adding to a category where I have 15% here and 20% here. So 5% added to 35 as opposed to a 4% bonus element, because I'm running Ambi-Hex, so I get this twice, as opposed to a 4% bonus element on a shot that is capable of doing over a mil. One pointer not worth? I don't have a point for it. I would have to either pull Cold Snap point, which is movement speed and frost efficiency. The movement speed is good because I'm running around with a launcher, also cryoing myself, so I'm slow. The frost efficiency directly gives me more access to Icebreaker. Unarmored defense improves my amp consistency and gives me more buffer to tank hits once they do get through my ward. Blood Frenzies to extend the duration of Relentless Rage, and I only get Enrage from Relentless Rage. Which one is DLC 1? The Sharks? Yeah, the Sharks. Was melee weapon out in the last build? The other build was a Snake Stick. Snake Stick is my favorite melee. It bounces between Snake Stick and Twin Soul, but I think it's firmly Snake Stick now. So I want Primordial Gun Damage Sharksbane if I can get it. I also want Jamstones, though. So realistically, I should just go hit the wheel. One new ambulance. Let's roll ambulance. Use legendary launchers, didn't use spell shot and couldn't get them to work. So that's my opinion is they needed a buff. Okay, so that's, you didn't have a setup that made them work. I additionally, as I mentioned, have made launchers work on non-spell shot as well. My Mist Dancer is capable of using launchers. They're harder to build for than other items. I think that's by design. But the point there is, Scooby, that increasing the damage of launchers does not solve that problem. There's still something you need to build for. Once again, that's showcased by the sniper buff. There's still people saying snipers are bad in this game. Snipers are literally stronger in this game than any other Lance game. All of them. The only thing that competes is the fucking Pimpernel. That's it. Note that I do not count the complex route because it's a bug. Your mama's got a peg leg with a kickstand. That is that toxic? I can't tell. I do not know. I want to try Universal Soldier, but I want to get one with Spell Shot power. Preferably Spell Shot power all damage. Could try Skeep as well. It's hard to get every damage increase for melee guns, etc. Maybe I just like doing everything. At some point, you gotta specialize a bit. It's an old song lyric, but my Sandhawk, Sawmill shits on it, you know that. Not that Sandhawk isn't good, but, you know, Sawmill is Sandhawk, but better. Would you use a good Bradluck? No. Bradluck gives you, well, one, Bradluck can never roll damage passives. It'll always have that Luluck roll. Sure, it gets elemental damage and class power, but the Bradluck effect itself imposes some penalties on you. And also occasionally just hurts you. Like, literally lowers your health. I would never use a Bradluck.
Think you can make it?
What's the next Hotfix Day? Hotfix Day is always on Thursday. I mean, that's those very rare exceptions. We've not had a week without a hotfix yet, so. Rockin' dual buff Meister, gun damage build, spell Zerkers, Sharksbanes are gonna step it up by getting the right rolls. Nice.
Not even worth half.
Saw someone do a build for Clawbringer Spell Shot, which makes your hammer hit like a truck and feels very hard to get right. Yeah, you can do some cool stuff in that department. Spell Shot is good at applying its damage to whatever your other class is trying to do. How's the Skullmasher in comparison to Wonderland Snipers? At which point in BO3's life are we talking about, Butter? Talking about right now?
Many have tried stopping me and all have failed.
I needed that enemy to reset.
My arcade
There we
arsenal
go.
empty. Aha, we have guests.
Championship ring. Let's try it. 12 crit damage. Let's try it. Pre-global 20% for BL3. Pre-20%, it would fall somewhere around Carouser level. Post, it's probably pushing, definitely below Sawmill and Great Bow, but probably above Carouser. Random question, you ever heard of the singer-artist Thames? No. No. Any ideas on a Clawgrave build? Been trying to squeeze everything I can out of those classes. DPS feels lacking. Clawgrave's a bit of an awkward one. It's good for if you were trying to do like Wyvern stuff. Grave is good at buffing the Wyvern. I'm kind of working on my Clawgrave. It changes forms week to week. But that's next on my to-do list, T-Honey. Oh, I messed that up colossally. I remember the artist. Take myself again, womp womp. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Clawgrave's literally Dragon Lord before he became Dragon Lord.
There's a chill in the air. At last, another voice to the choir fight.
Why'd you switch back to that? Awful. This is our best representation of Moe's constant downing oneself with Splash. It's for a purpose, though. Skullmasher is part dependent, that too.
No more spells. I will not succumb. Well, not all
Dragon Lord build will crack, it's just a matter of time. Try Gluttony. Who's that directed at, Irish? Yo, Dex, thanks for taking care of Butter. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Might know Pass Me By was their biggest tune, produced by J Dilla. Excellent group. Ah, I am not cultured enough. You have out-cultured me, Bazooka dude. Skeleton Knight Space Program. Question for this build. What resets the Savior Soul decay that happens when getting down multiple times? Is it just time for getting down? Yeah, it's time. It's time. Hey, Vlad. For Gloombringer, I found it helpful to focus on one claw element, treat dark magic as the second element, and working really well so far. That sounds like good advice.
You should have run. Ooh, my spell slots are all tingly.
I'm gonna have to let my big boy rocket regen here. That's fine. Can dark magic be a primary source of damage and feels so weak? Use better guns. Gluttony is dark magic and it's strong. Ruby Spite is dark magic and it's strong. Like, use better guns. Elements don't work that way. They're incidental. They're things that happen to be certain elements that are good. Dark magic is not intended to be a primary damage element because it's got an elemental penalty versus everything. It's a utility element. That's what it's designed for. You can use it if the gun is good enough. Or the damage source. Literally game design.
You should see the look on what's left of your face. Healing to be had. I'm all magic.
Shadowfire. Shadowfire is sick. Dark magic having heal utility also lets you spec harder into damage and worry less about entry healing. Right. This also means that dark magic bonus elements are extremely valuable. Dragon Lord statue one shot. Again. Look my one shot it. Even investing strongly in Dark Magic Leech, I still felt like the healing wasn't amazing. And that's, again, probably good game design. Because lifesteal in Borderlands was collectively sapping the ability for players to, like, know how to survive. Like, people just slapped on lifesteal instead of using gear-based healing, or learning positioning, or learning to counter enemy mechanics. So dark magic being a healing option, still very accessible, but less, you know, it doesn't replace having other survivability. It's one piece of the puzzle. When Reaper of Bones, a lot of lightning and fire weapons, you get all the elements. I mean, there's no real reason to go all the elements. Lightning and fire have a reason. Oh, there's no reason to just take elements for the sake of taking elements. That's something I've noticed. People like doing it in Borderlands. They just stack elements without knowing why they're doing it. Like, there's no reason to do that. Different difficulties of Chums and Imelda have different dedicated drops. Can you select which difficulty you want to play? Yes, yes you can. Knew someone would figure out how to make a self-downing Blaze of Glory build eventually. It's fun. So I've not done Bunny yet with this build. Might want a Bonyface's Soul. I have one, right? Thought I had one. Did I throw away my Bonyface's Soul? I think I did. Shit. I'll have to pick up another one. Let's see how this plays out. There's ads. How soon are there ads and where are they positioned? They're not close. Guess I could focus my spellcasting. No, that's fine. Do the other thing, Bunny. I mean, Ice Spike's gonna Ice Spike. We all know that'll do it. Let me get that. Let me get that. No! Whee!
Out of spell slots.
You gonna curl up? No? Okay. No, that's cool. Yeah, I don't think the self-downing tech is very wise in this fight. I would want to swap out one of my spells for a empowering or a fortifying sigil, I think, to block some of these zombie projectiles. Look at that miss.
You'll have to do better than that.
Oh, I missed.
Looks like that grab on the bit.
Frying pan for a wee bit of bullet reflect. That's a good shout. That's a good call. Frying pan, maybe? Yeah. Take it easy, Deep Zombie. You have a good one. What classic fantasy monsters would you like to see appear as an enemy? Beholders. I'd love to see some beholders. Thought about maybe just adding timestamps to your archive channel with a build rundown, start a run or something. I mean, you don't have to do that, Dex. Honestly, I should just get off my ass and make videos for each of these builds. Actual Hydra to fight, that'd be cool. It's pronounced beekeepers. Opinions on a Pandemicium build. I have Spore Stab, it's pretty good. Wondering if I should move it to Spellclaw. Spore Warden doesn't really do anything for Pandemicium or Contagion Tech. I know a lot of people will go, but Spore Fuse. Yeah, you don't get that often. You're giving up a Ward enchant to get enough barrages to do that, and Spore Fuse kind of has a cooldown mechanic. The more you trigger it, the more the time between triggers becomes. But Pandemicium is good. Pandemicium is great. It's my preferred Contagion tech, personally. Pandemicium with a White Rider, very consistent Contagion stuff. And Poison Snake Stick, and Poison Eruption spell. How come I get so many Storm Surges? Like, I get so many. It annoys me. Pan. That's an Amp Pan. Yeah, let's take that. I want to reroll it. Any guns outside of Queen's Cry that scale spell damage? No. Technically, indirectly, Cassie, any gun scales with spell damage if you have magic bullets. But, yeah, just Queen's Cry. Thunder Anima used to for a very brief window, and then they changed it. I'm always in Storm Surge City. Yeah, it won't leave me alone. I think a doppelganger makes you fight yourself, be badass. There's an Elden Ring boss that does that, and it's pretty cool. Maybe we don't use the pan right away. Back to Fatebreaker. I don't get the disappointment around this game, but I'll find it difficult to accept the difference between this game and other Land series, and appreciate if there's something else offered here to give reason to come back to this game instead of just being a reskin ability or something. It doesn't feel like reskin. And you hit the nail on the head, Denalio. It's disappointment from people who made up their minds to be disappointed. That's all it is, because it's a no-win situation. There's people saying, oh, I wish this was more like BL3. And then if it had been more like BL3, that have been like, hey, this shouldn't have been $60. It's just a rip-off of BL3. Like, it's a no-win scenario. You cannot please those people. All we can do as people who enjoy the game is be as loud as the people shitting on it for bad faith reasons.
Think you can make it? Enter the Chaos Die.
Okay, 6 Blazing Volley, Quag, Storm Surge, yup. Constantly telling people to play. That might sound like a simple thing, but like that alone is huge, because a lot of the negativity surrounding this game is perpetuated by people who have simply heard it somewhere, and then they repeat it without knowing if it's true. Like, example, the sniper's bad thing. A lot of people repeat it without ever having picked up a sniper. Snipers are fucking amazing in this game. I'm showing you with today's gameplay that launchers just require a build. They have the damage, you just need to build.
I shall not answer death's call so soon.
People say weird things like Chaos Chamber is repetitive, and maybe the particular format of it I'm doing right now is repetitive because, you know, I'm doing the featured run, the one that's a fixed seed, aka every other Lands activity there's ever been. But people saying Wonderland's endgame is repetitive as if every Lands game hasn't been do the same activity to get the gear. Like, this is the least repetitive because this one has a randomized endgame. Literally, the argument just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. These games are built on repetition, and this is the first one to add randomization. So a lot of these arguments are perpetuated by people who haven't done exactly what you said, I'm Atlas, and just tell people to play. You form more educated opinions after actually trying something for yourself, right? At least when it comes to this. Unironically seen, we need Slaughtershot back as a complaint against this game. I mean, I'd like to have that kind of thing, but guess what? Chaos Chamber is already Slaughter's Improving Grounds and a clown car. So, like, I can be patient. Wanting more content inherently is not a bad thing, because I'd love more content. You want more of a good thing. But when people take it to the point where they're pretending the game doesn't have content, well, that's when it's disingenuous and inaccurate.
Pass swiftly to that dark
You want Slaughter Shaft to lead all the chambers, alright. Hey Ford, how you doing? Can't chat much as I'm working, but enjoying the audio and slide video. Hey, I appreciate you. Hope your day's going well. Once said I stopped playing a game because it was repetitive and got called out. Save quit farming for a Herald appeal too. Yeah. They could add some variations to Chaos Chambers though, Survival Arena, or Crossroom Challenge, Boss Rush. Yes, and I agree. And, you know, they are already experimenting with Chaos Chamber layouts. Remember, we've gotten different forms of featured runs. We've gotten the featured extended with each PLC release. We've gotten cursed runs. They've been messing with featured bosses getting increased drop rates. That's something that has happened post-launch. Like, they're doing it. It's the same phenomenon where people, when Borderlands 3 came out, they were comparing Week 2 Borderlands 3 to Year 7 Borderlands 2. And people are doing the same thing again. They're comparing Year 10 Borderlands 2 and Year 3 Borderlands 3 to Month 2 Wonderlands. Maybe that's a little disingenuous. People be headasses. You just did it too, though, Aaron. Whether you realize it or not, you just did it too. It's an unconscious thing. That's why I don't think it's always a malicious thing. I think the people who weaponize it for content are doing it maliciously. But it's an unconscious thing. Emotional damage. Yes, I need that. You might ask, why Bonyface's soul? This chuck restores wards when it impacts. Buff microaggressions. Bonerface? Yes, Bonerface. Game's already been out for months and isn't up to yearly standards? Bad game. Well said, Sybil. Well said. Is the Reviver good? Yes. It is the only spell that revives allies. And it also, you know, can do good damage, amusingly enough. If you really need to do damage in a pinch and you have a Reviver on, it can kill things. Didn't one-shot, bad gun. Oh, I sent him to the moon. Okay, there we go. I've also now been told it's a bad game, therefore a bad game. Nothing can change that. I think Borderlands 2 is a dumpster fire of a game that is only well regarded because of several layers of nostalgia and given a lot of bonus points for presenting concepts that were later made good. I think Borderlands 2 is a bad game. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's subjective. So, like, no one can really tell you bad game. It takes a lot more to make something objectively a bad game. subjectively a bad game is one thing. Objectively a bad game, that is very hard to make an actual argument for that. Oops, I blew myself up too much. You're curious why I say BL2 is a bad game? Because I played these Lands games from the perspective of an endgame player, and Borderlands 2 has the worst balanced endgame in the entire series. The core gameplay itself feels dated, even in 2012. It was behind its competitors. The game's entire DLC season was behind a dozen paywalls, including the endgame. One of the activities in the game that I actually like, DigiPeak, later had half its content paywalled by another DLC. Low character build diversity, bad item balancing. The raid boss fights were uninteresting, poorly balanced, and unfun. In terms of things I like from these games, Borderlands 2 ticks none of the boxes. But that's in terms of things I like. Now, if you're a One Life player, for example, if you like doing playthroughs of the story with One Life challenge rule set, then Borderlands 2 is a lot more attractive to you. It ticks those boxes. This is why good, bad game is ultimately subjective, most of the time. Now, occasionally you get a truly bad game like Duke Nukem Forever or something like that, but for the most part, it's subjective. Is Chillmonger Spellshot plus Berserker? Yes, Thrask. Yes, it is. People trash on BL3 is more fun than BL2 to play through. I had way more fun in BL3 in all areas. Sometimes I think you're a bit too hard on BL2. It'll say you've educated me over the years about downfalls of the game. I made very clear that that's my subjective opinion, and in terms of things I like in these games, BL2 does none of them. I played the game when it came out. I've played it over the years. I have no desire to ever boot it again. Contrast, TPS, I occasionally get the itch to play TPS. Borderlands 3, I still constantly want to go back to. The only reason I haven't yet is because I still have so many build ideas with this game. BL1 I even boot up occasionally because I enjoy playing Lilith in that game. BL2 is the only one in the series that I have zero desire to ever touch again. And that is my personal preference. $2 mil on that one. Ooh. What did you boost? Yeah, that'd be it. That'd be it. Oh, yeah, that too. Spell shot's dumb. Still, 2 mil on a big boy rocket. Oh, that was satisfying. TPS the main issue is lack of endgame cut short by unfortunate circumstances. Agreed. TPS with endgame, I would have played a lot more if it had endgame. Xbox is one good franchise. They're good at publishing. I enjoy Godfall and Risk of Rain a lot, and they publish those games. But do you think when people say there's no build diversity in Wonderlands, do you think they mean there's too many builds and they can't be bothered to try things? Do you think they get overwhelmed by the amount of builds, so they just say there are none, it's easier? They view the entirety of the game through the lens of things they have thought of. That assertion, Fleece, the one where people say there's no build diversity, it comes from a fundamental personality trait of believing that you know more than everyone else. And if, as a person, you think you are the smartest person in the room, you are inherently closing yourself off to the possibility of you having missed something, or someone else having an idea that you didn't think of, or someone else understanding something better than you. And that makes you a bad builder. Simple as that. If you think you know everything, you won't learn things. And it's not possible to know everything about this game. At least not yet. Hey Stone Swan, how you doing? Did Parasite get a buff? I feel like he used to melt it in 1 or 2 shots. Now it's more of a fight than used to be. Not sure if it's gear rebalancing a buff. Parasite was not buffed at all. Did you increase your chaos level? Because we have chaos 35, whereas when the game came out, it was chaos 20. Enemies have a lot more health on 35. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yep. Everything pops in their heads automatically correct. Does not imagine a better argument. I personally like to surround myself with people who do think differently than I do in some areas and do challenge me on stuff. Stone Swan and I kind of just started talking builds because he fact-checked me. He was like, no, you said this is bad, it's not. And he proved it. So I learned something. Like, you gotta be open to possibilities. I've fact-checked myself several times over the lifetime of this game so far. Like, pre-launch, I thought snipers were ass. And then I actually used them. And I was like, oh, okay. I thought Ghostblade wasn't very good until I actually started building for it and was like, hey, this kinda slaps. How much health does Parasite have at Chaos 35 ballpark? We have a health calculator in the Discord. Let me pull this up. Here you go. Health calculator courtesy of Oh Yes 10 FPS. Any certain piece you underestimated turned you around on Ghostblade? I underestimated Ghostblade's formula. I assumed it not having ability while Dreadwind did, and Dreadwind underperforming meant that 1-to-1 Dreadwind would just do more damage. But Ghostblade handles things differently. It gets your melee weapons attack speed. And its delivery of damage is, it allows you to keep doing things while you're doing it. So you can Ghostblade while shooting melee crossbolts. Which is something that, for example, Dreadwind, you can't do. So, using Ghostblade more actively, applying more formula by me doing things while Ghostblade is happening, turned me around a lot on that. Hey, Spider Wicket, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Welcome in, Raiders. For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Quag. I do lots of build stuff in Wonderlands, and today we're doing a launcher build that I put together. I see a lot of concern over launchers as a weapon class, and I just wanted to show that they can be built around. So this is a Chillmonger setup where we take a big boy rocket and we blow ourselves up a lot.
Here they come! Spare no pity for them. They were already lost.
I'm gonna let these enemies get in. I'm gonna switch back to my big boy. There we go. Soaked. Blow ourselves up. We get a free reload. Blow ourselves up. Get a free reload. Blow ourselves up. Get a free reload. That's kind of how it plays. I'm gonna move up top for that circle because, pain enemies. So welcome, how's your stream going? Stream's amazing. I just got this game the other day. It's so addictive, thought I'd share the awesome game with my community. I hope your games are going amazing along through your stream. Yeah, it's going great. It's going great. I have not streamed anything except for this game in several months because I just keep coming up with build ideas. This game's a huge playground. I tend to play a lot of looter shooters and things of that variety, and I like build crafting. And this game's perfect for me. I like subverting expectations using weirder stuff. Advocating using your math skills to make builds in these games. I've got a few items I'm farming for currently. I've not had much success, but that's part of why I like doing different builds, because I can at least make the process fun. Is it a grindy game? It depends on how you approach it. Depends on how you approach it. The gearing process at endgame is definitely on the grindy side. Getting a specific version of an item you're after is very tough, because lots of items have different parts. Like, you'll have a part that gives you a bigger magazine size, a part that gives your gun an extra projectile, a part that makes it a certain element, etc., etc. And if you're after a specific version of something, it can be very punishing to get that one version, because the odds are against you. So, in that sense, some things are more grindy than others. But the gameplay is varied and enjoyable. Currently what I'm doing is the Chaos Chamber, and every week they rotate a featured run-in of the Chaos Chamber that has the same enemies, rooms, everything in the same positions. So I've been doing that run today because you get increased loot from the bosses in the feature. But other forms of the Chaos Chamber are randomized, procedurally generated, between, you know, it'll pick a map and then populate it with an enemy type, and there are 70 different rooms it can pick. So if you like a sort of roguelite dungeon crawl sort of vibe with your looter shooter build crafting, then this game delivers on that front. Fresh year, what are you working on? Yeah, I'm blowing myself up with a rocket launcher to reload it. Sounds like Destiny, kinda. I've heard that there's some similarities. Dodging me, I had bad aim. Don't do this to me. Aw, I same frame. Wait, do I lose a life? Because the encounter is clear. I think the main issue with Sniper is that the game isn't really made for stop ADS, take one shot, switch targets. It's not the gun's fault, it's more just the way the game is. Well, the guns still perform, though, is the thing, J-Bridge. It's just because the game doesn't promote the playstyle of post up, hit a long sight line, sit here, aimed in, doesn't mean the weapons don't perform, because you just use them in other ways. So when do we see the cats? Let's see. See if I can procure a cat. Kevin. Nah, he's knocked the fuck out. Jake, you want to come over? Alright, Jake is coming. Come on. I have two cats. I have Kevin and Jake. Kevin is knocked out by my window, but Jake is right here. He's doing Jake things. Hey, Stuff Beaver, thank you for taking care of Spiderwicked. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Spiderwicked, I hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff, courtesy of Stuff Beaver. And thank you once again for bringing your community over here. I do appreciate that. Give me my big boy rocket back. There we go. Sometimes I mess up the timing, and it auto reloads to the other fire mode.
Vital essence.
Can fire headshots all day. Honestly, I forget you can ADS in this game a lot of the time. He jumped up on my desk. I'm playing games, I like to raid out someone playing the same game, stick around for something, hope it gets more people into this awesomeness. Yeah, I have the same logic. I like to raid within the directory of this game to spread the love. Your abilities is called shot? No, I would never spec called shot willingly for anything other than meme one-shots. Oh, Kevin's awake. Being antisocial over there. What are you doing, cat? Jake's just the cutest. Yeah, he never stops purring. Like, he just doesn't stop. He's just a happy boy. Bet Kevin's jealous. I think Kevin's just tired. He's just a sweet boy. Oh, I accidentally fired a rocket. Cool. I'm glad that actually killed. My mouse bumped into my keyboard there. I did not mean to shoot, but it worked.
Falling ice.
Gonna keep you tabbed. Spider's getting angry. Be back for sure. Sounds good. Thank you again. What are you doing, cat? Being a cat's hard work. I bet it is. Hey, Scoops. Love those emotes. He smells better than I do. It's hot today. I'm sweaty. I've been gamered. Oh no, I missed.
Grab a soul jar before. Damn. Never mind. A vial of vitality if you need it.
I will gamered up on a Tuesday. All those enemies taking the big boys. Pushing 90s here, sweltering. Sunflowers love it though. I think it's supposed to hit the like mid 80s here today.
There's a chill in the air.
I need to remember to get my amp health going. Cat,
Welcome to your fated end.
you know what? That's fine.
I will not succumb.
There we go. He's licking my arm now. Evil Eye Crab, run away, run away, run away. Pain, suffering. No, no, I don't want that. I do not want the smoke, Mr. Evil Eye Crab. No thank you. No thank you, sir. Oh, okay, I came anyway. These things are scary. Okay, Jake, I gotta put you down now. Would a ShamWai help you? So ShamWai would give me a chance to not die from my shot, in theory, but only a chance. So I'd still have a 20% chance for it to do literally nothing. Whereas running Adusas makes it so my shot just does 150% more damage. And I also get that Nova when it breaks. Don't do the jump. I know you're looking at it, don't do
All
it.
is as I left it.
Hey baby bear doll, what class did you mix? This is a Spellshot Berserker. God damn it, he did it. Is Deuces the new B? No, Deuces actually drains your wards when you shoot it. See, it drains. And unlike the B, it has, you know, downsides. Jake, don't do it. Let me check his food real quick. I'll be right back, 1 second. Yeah, he wanted food. I mean, just like, is it considered best option in most cases for DPS? No. Like, Deuces doesn't even get used by a lot of players. In terms of what would be, like, the most commonly seen ward for damage dealing purposes, probably the Body Rune. Body Rune is great for both damage and healing. It's also minimal part variance, so every Body Rune is a good Body Rune. That's probably, like, the common ward in this game. You also see a lot of Cursed Wit. Cursed Wit isn't as good as Body Rune in most practical circumstances, but you see a lot of it as well. Changed much since release? Anything good? Yeah, this game gets weekly updates, baby bear doll. Lots and lots of stuff. There's more content than there was on launch. A lot of balancing changes, a lot of quality of life stuff. More than I could describe in a short sentence. Ah, I was too slow there. Awkward. It's new content-wise besides DLC. We get weekly rotating featured runs. And they've been experimenting a little bit with the featured run formats there. Bad Egg underrated? Bad Egg very underrated. Need to position better here. Basically, the idea with this boss fight is I'm trying to always hit myself and the ads and the boss with a launcher hit. And sometimes I miss one of those things, and then it slowly unravels from there. But when I do it correctly, it's very satisfying. Like that. Come on, come over here. missed.
We have yet.
Armor event end this week? I think the armor event ends this week, yeah. That's fine. I'll take the... No! No! Oh, that was close. He was one shot away from dying. Oh well, more practice. Is there a PLC2 item gives increased damage after exiting Save Your Soul? That is actually one of the few builds that have begun. Yes, the Jamstone Ring. Fatal. Unfortunately, acquiring PLC2 items is very, very awkward since they're not in the bunnies currently. So it requires lucking out from the wheel, which is not exactly an efficient thing. It's not something you can really count on.
Their fate. The pools of the grave.
So I would love to use some Jamstones, but I don't have any good ones.
Should have learned by now. Now I have the measure of you.
Catch you guys again soon. Sounds good, Bazooka Dude. Hey Coco, how are you? Got tired of Chaos Chamber? Personally, I didn't. Chaos Chamber is something new for the Lands games. And in terms of comparing launch to launch, it's much more to do in an endgame sense than any of the previous games.
This is not the end that was foretold.
Borderlands 1 did not launch with endgame, Borderlands 2 had a rare spawn Varkid that didn't do anything, and a 24-hour lockout squid that got cheesed by standing by a rock. Borderlands 3 had Circles of Slaughter, but that makes up less content than Chaos Chamber. So, I'm just kind of vibing. The game has what I like, so I'm enjoying. And TPS had its story boss in a harder version for its endgame. Can't forget TPS. Just woke up because my dog pushed me off the bed. Oh no, I shouldn't laugh. Are you okay? Can a MLW suicide farm use a launcher or dynamo? I don't know. My current understanding is that dying in the mirror just resets the whole thing, but I don't know. Because it may not be for everyone, but I'm really loving Chaos Chamber, and I'm honestly worried about BO4 because I don't think I can go back to Dedi farming non-stop. I don't like dedicated drop farming at all, and farming like this is a huge step forward. I hope they listen to the correct feedback in that department. Visiting my parents when my bed doesn't have frames, like a 6-inch drop. Well, still, that sounds at least mildly annoying. Sorry that happened. I don't mind dedicated farming as long as the drop options like anointments aren't too much. And this is BL3's part set, so it's the same problem. It's still here. With lower rates than BL3. Which is why this idea of lowering drop rates was never a good one. Because the dedicated farmers got exactly what was asked for, and they're not happy in this game. Personally, I don't like dedicated farming because it minimizes the gameplay. They spend so much effort on, you know, class design and activity design and build diversity, item balancing, and if you dedi farm one single enemy, you're seeing none of that. It is so insanely reductive. I don't like it. It's barely gameplay. Your gameplay to resetting time, the ratio is awful. BL2 at UVHM. That was not at launch, Baby Bear Doll. UVHM was a DLC. It was literally paid content. Campaign DLC was also not at launch. BL3 had Mayhem. Yes, this game has Chaos levels, which is the same thing as Mayhem. BL1 Campaign DLC New Game Plus. That was also post-launch content. Like, you're doing this thing where you're comparing Wonderlands in month 2 to Borderlands 2 in year 10 and Borderlands 3 in year 3. You need to put these in context. Most of the things you just mentioned were not in those games at month 2.
Come on, have some fun. Go on, Fate Maker.
Take a moment to appreciate that CC bunnies are way nicer than Kadala. I'm not speaking to Kadala. The one playthrough 2 was post-launch. Playthrough 3 was? I don't remember playthrough 2 or not, but the campaign DLCs and the game's only raid boss were post-launch. Also, I don't consider playthroughs significant replayability, but it's a personal thing. But for BL2, playthrough 3 was absolutely post-launch content. It was paid DLC. If you want the entirety of BL2's content in terms of gameplay, it is 13 paywalls? 12 or 13 paywalls. So, like, yikes. Wonderlands needs New Game Plus. Level cap can't go up. You have leftover skill points. You don't need to have a level cap increase to go with New Game Plus. I think New Game Plus would be cool. I don't think it'd take anything away. I think New Game Plus would be cool, and I hope we get it at some point for this game. I wouldn't use it, but I know people who would, so I think that'd be a good addition. But I'm also patient. And yes, a level cap increase would just hurt this game. Level cap increases have hurt every previous game, at least at endgame. So, I hope they don't do that. Thought UVHM was released for free? Nope. And no matter how you phrase it, this UVHM was post-launch content, which is the meat of it here. People forget how much of Borderlands 2 came years later because they get Borderlands 2 in a bundle for $10 because it's a 10-year-old game. How you doing, Soccer Chick? Good to see you. I like to raise the level cap, spread out the skill points instead of getting bonus skill points to 20 and 40. Mostly just so weapon sale prices go up. But that... they could just increase sale prices of items instead of derailing the entire endgame balance. Jedi Monkey. Like, that's the thing. We have proof from every previous game that level cap increases just throw the whole game out of whack. Remember, there's no build diversity at endgame in BL2 because level 80 destroyed that. BL3, both the 65 and the 72 caps, lowered the number of distinct builds in the game. They did not increase builds. Builds started collapsing into each other because you didn't make any different choices anymore. TPS and BL1 allowed you to cap all of your skill trees, which kind of defeats the purpose. TT is broken out here. Oh, did I miss it? Did I miss it? Oh, yo, Soccer Chick, thank you for the 8 months. Yeah, I was messing with some settings. It might not be working right now. But thank you so much for the 8 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry I missed that. Wonderlands does a multiple playthrough support, they could do it. It'd just be like BL3, TVHM, doubt they tested though. Yeah, Scrunt, I figured you'd be knowledgeable on that front. How difficult an implementation do you think it would be? You think it's something that's likely?
There's a chill in the air.
UI and testing, high testing costs? Fair.
They were all
Qua. How loud is the increased level cap crowd? Not very, because those people are mostly just regurgitating other opinions that are not necessarily good for the game. BL2 endgame had build options. I use the Pimpernel or the I'll think of something. Right. Don't misunderstand me, I don't dislike this game at all. I was just expecting more when it came out, man. Campaign was too short for me, and I paid $60 US. Well, that's the thing. This game isn't just campaign. That goes into the territory of your personal preference, because there's activities and stuff that only unlock after you beat the main campaign. It's not intended to be the majority of your gameplay. And this is the first of the Lands games that doesn't pretend that the story is the entirety of the replay value. They've always intended for you to spend more time in the post-game stuff than the pre-game stuff. At least modern Lands games. Borderlands 3 was that way, although it was a little more subtle about it. And Wonderlands is that way. So it depends on what you value. If you are a purely story player, yeah, there's less here for you right now. So I think New Game Plus would help on that front. Bunnies, best way to farm Fear Knots? Yes. Bunnies and vendors. Hey, and that's Django. Welcome in. Can you equip on spell kill 50% for extra projectile enchant? Not all weapons benefit, but it seems in line with what you're doing here. Side note, rubies does not get extra projectile. Yeah, I do have that equipped. I'm actually not at all certain if it works on big boys. I'm leaning towards it probably doesn't. But because I'm running an Ambihex build, the likelihood of me getting another useful enchant here anyway, like, it would take a while of rerolling. So even if it doesn't work, it's not really hurting me too much, because I have an extra enchant slot from Ambihex. So, like, but yeah, I think we're on the same page with the potential of that enchant. And I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Purple's welcome to Rare Town, where's my times 3 Primordial Ludite. I rarely even see Ludites anymore. Like, my fire one that I use on any build that uses a Ludite is still chaotic, because I've just yet to get a good volatile one in that element. Just hasn't happened for me. Paid $80 for like up my money's worth. Yeah, I know a lot of people who enjoy endgame content who feel like they got a good deal. Everything I've seen and reading right now, UVHM is possible without any DLCs, even UVHM launch. Ultimate packages include level cap and pro lesson weapons. Understand regardless of original point as post-launch content, one aggressive misinformation. Yeah, I appreciate that, Denali. I do like precision in these kind of conversations. So, yes, UVHM was part of the update that came with that DLC. It's like how Maurice machines and Anointment rerolling in BL3 came with DLC 6, but it was not part of DLC 6. Yeah. Good shout. Precision is important.
These hands are ready for blasting.
space program.
Not all dying.
Worse than you today.
Trying to decide what I want to order for lunch. Need food. I haven't had sushi in a minute, so it's like the first food I think of. And chaining those big boy rockets is just so satisfying.
This is by no means
Oh, my head.
dagger.
I'm gonna die here. Oh, I'm not. Cool. Switch back to big boy. Oh, I might be dead now. Oh, we're good. Surprised I lived. I don't think we have a sushi place around here. Northern Louisiana. Yeah, you know, that's fair. I lived for a couple of years in a place that, you know, wouldn't have sushi. So after I moved away from there, it's become a default again because I missed it so much. Best part is some DLCs are like more expensive than the actual game now. True, Sybil. Very true.
Like that is back on the menu.
Oh, that'll do it too. Parasite, you're being rude. You should spawn ads near you. Like that, yeah. Exactly like that. Exactly like that.
I will not succumb.
There we go. Amp Echo Twin Soul. Those are always nice. I should make room for that. I picked up this Trickster's Eye Spike because it was primordial. I was like, yeah, I could make use of that, but the parts suck, so, like, no thank you. What weapon is that? I'm using a Fate Breaker right now. Does the Melda get added to Chaos Chamber boss pool after completing the Merwin's chums? I believe so. I believe so. I know the rooms get added. I've yet to get a Melda in a normal Chaos run yet, personally, but I've gotten the rooms, so I would assume so. I think Zaxby's is the play. I've heard of Zaxby's, never had it. Not regionally relevant to me, but I've heard the name. What am I eating for dinner today, chat? spell damage parts of my Primordial Trickster double the damage. Keep in mind, mine was repeating, J-Bridge. I think yours is simple cast, so that also contributes to the damage. But yeah, spell damage parts on Tricksters are great, because you can't get extra projectile parts on a Trickster, which is something people like to do on triples and regular ice spikes. So instead, you could just get more damage. So getting the base damage on it really high is quite good. Pan's crit damage is quite high. I was thinking about trying that out on Ghostblade, but that's not a favorable element for me to use there. Use a Twister spell to push Parasite off the ledge. That works? That's cool. I didn't know you could do that. I like that. See, I learned something today, too. That's cool. Primordial 3-headed Hydra. You get a 3-headed Hydra in ×2, theoretically, right? That's a lot of projectiles. Regular damage. I wanted an empowered spell. That's being the skull phase. Okay. Ow. Okay, I guess I'm down now. They're being very aggressive. Like, extremely aggressive. Why am I not in my big boy rocket? They really want me dead this time, chat. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get to the other one. Oh, we completed the objective. Cool. They really wanted me dead there. Ugh. Officially had enough? Yeah. Cat. I agree. You are a cat. Good job. Makes this a curse run, is expecting like a curse board over room. You start with a curse, Fatal. You start with Rendon Rupture. So after taking the room 1 curse, you have 2. I didn't know that enemy would be behind me there. It was useful.
My soul must rest before capture again.
Hey Priz, how you doing? Having a bug where all my items keep falling through the floor. Have you experienced the same recently? Every once in a while that happens. And that has happened to me in the Chaos Chamber loot room, unfortunately. It's been a while since I've encountered it, but it's happened to me like 2 or 3 times. Yeah, it goes away on safe quit, as J-Bridge said. Life is good. Bioshock was great. Let's go. Did you go through all the games? Or just the first one?
Can't wait to catch something. Cool your head. Ah! The behemoth is back.
Just on Infinite so far, playing the DLC currently. Just want to start with the most out-of-date mechanics first for Don't Take It standalone. Kind of. Playing the DLC currently? Okay. If you care about story, Infinite's DLC spoils the first game. I'm not going to tell you what happens, but Infinite's second DLC spoils the twist in the first game. Random find. If you get the Tooth Fairy quest gun in a vendor, it's ungodly expensive for a blue. I think it somehow rolls with Great Bow parts or costs something. How much does it cost, Jester? That's interesting. $31.2 million. Wow. Okay, about an hour to Burial at Sea. I know something that might be the twist. We'll stop and go back to one before continuing. Yeah. Burial at Sea Part 2 is just like very openly, it assumes you've played the first game.
There's a chill in the air.
Ball one for 11 million is Primordial. It may have been on sale discount. Yeah. A Primordial armor is, if I remember correctly, 35 million. Hey, Vocal. How you doing? Good to see you. Oh, the snipe. I didn't think I'd get that. Big boy rockets are so hard to aim. Actually able to work the Tooth Raider to my Claw Stab Tides build, great for killing Banshee first you can attack. Yeah, it's really good at applying those, the teeth are basically melee crossbolts, but high value and shoots a lot at once. That's it's an inspired choice, Buick. I like it. Okay, I just realized what happened there. The extra projectile enchant definitely works on the main fire mode of this gun. I don't think it works on Big Boy rockets, but it should be tested. But I saw 2 numbers when shooting that enemy. Good to know. How are things here? Doing great. Launcher build's a lot of fun. I'd consider it a success. Heating in my house been broken the past few days, and fixing it sadly won't be easy. Oh, I'm sorry. Huge sympathy for heating situations. I've had to go through that kind of stuff myself. I totally get it. I hope you're able to sort it out sooner rather than later, and for a reasonable cost. That shit gets nightmarish. down me already? I want the reload. Thank you. I just love the game spreading the good word. And a peace and qua. Take it easy, Foster. You have a good one. It's casual quack dub, saving for some heartache. I do my best. Love the constant melee and spellcast like big boy comeback. Yeah. Fingers crossed. I didn't think I had to get the fireplace going this late in the year. Here we are. Pain.
Who else dares oppose my power? Ah! Ice bite!
Oh, that was close. I almost didn't get up from that one. Oh, that was real close.
Knew you were doomed. Ready to blink the spell.
That was a good one.
Vital essence here.
That was a really satisfying one. Pandemicium's trying so hard. But like, spell shot for Pandemicium stuff just doesn't... No. I mean, I guess you have imbued weapon. And double knot for bonus elements for more status effect chances. Meh, I don't care enough. Inventory full? Yes. Death saves are giving me anxiety. That's part of the fun. Dex, I'm even using an amulet to make it hard mode. I could run something else. I could run a Universal Soldier and reload that way. But hard mode. Save your soul duration depletes 50% faster because I live on the edge. Why are you like this? I don't think I was held enough as a child. Berserker skill will help you? What do you mean? Blaze of Glory plus Encroaching Darkness? I could. We could do that on a run. I'm down. I've been using the Frost Buddies for death saves. So this will be like a double extra layer of you gonna die. But I'm here for it. Oh, so the thing I'm already doing, Mr. Black Guy? Yeah, with this setup, look at the travel time of this. Unless the enemy is right there, I don't even have time to trigger Relentless Rage. Relentless Rage is mostly there for, enraging me when I get up. Because since I'm using an Ambihextrous build, that is the only way I can access the Berserker class feat. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Where's my pan? I'm trying to get spellcast damage dealt on my fucking pan. It's not a frying pan anymore, chat. It's a fucking pan. I don't make the rules.
Come on, have some fun.
What's that? It's a fucking pain.
Cool your head. Descend into darkness.
That was a fast room. Now it's pain time. Encroaching darkness with this build. I'm gonna take a curse. Is there anarchy in this run? Because I want to make this thing even less accurate.
Are you
Anarchy is in this run? Sick.
the hunt we have yet?
Do I have health bug? No. Maybe? I think I do. We'll know if Parasite gets, like, actually one-shot. It's hard to tell with this kind of build.
Let us resume this contest, shall we? Winter's Blade!
I feel like that Fate Breaker would have done more damage if I do have health bug. Huh.
Let's see how you handle it.
First time trying to live wire, but mechanics cover the gun. I don't seem to be doing damage. Are you shooting it or swinging it? Jesus, we're swinging with it, I should say. Excuse me. Worst of the selections, yeah. Oh yeah, that's health bug. That tiebreaker should not be one-shotting.
What's the juice?
Let's run it back. I don't like playing with health bug. At the obelisk? Okay, thank you. Last rites. Shooting? Okay, it shoots bullets, which are very hard to see, but it also does a laser thing that attaches to nearby enemies. It's not a remarkable shooty gun, it's just kind of like decent. Livewire is mostly used for its other thing.
The tools of the grave!
How did that kill nobody?
Oh, you should see the look on what's left of your face.
Oh, okay. Katagawa! Hey TSG, how you doing? Good to see you.
Good, good. All is as I left.
I don't know what you said, the trigger might be a 3-quote response, but here we are. Can you roll spellcast all damage on melee weapons? Not sure how accurate the Reddit spreadsheet for enchantments doesn't look to be possible. Or recall offhands. I've seen that myself, might be available. Yeah, it should be possible. You can't roll melee damage on melee weapons, you can't roll gun damage on guns, and you can't roll spell damage on spells. That's the only restrictions for, like, the global ones. All damage goes on any slot. part of the game's attempts to get you to diversify your damage dealing.
Falling ice.
Doing a good job, but you're doing great. Enjoying this launcher build.
By my dark hand.
Build slap. I'm glad you like it, Black Panther. Love launcher builds? Me too. I know you're trying out the Fate Breaker. How are you feeling about it? Does it stand for now? It's like, if I had a better one, it might be better at keeping my amp up, which is what I was trying it out for, because I am just swinging in the air a lot to buy time so that my big boy launcher doesn't switch over to regular launcher if I happen to not get a kill. But I'm not loving it so far. I think honestly a pan might just be better because it gives me some tank. Like, this is a situation where I swing so my spells are available. Then I get a spell kill for Warcaster. Oh, sorry, Fire Friend.
I shall not answer death's call so
That's my bad.
I've located a healing vial.
Rupture Plate Mail with high threat count, but the passives kind of suck. I want to look up any Livewire stuff. It's kind of feel forced me to tilt towards the Contra Creators build. Well, Livewire is one of those things that I personally am not really using until it gets changed, because it's one of those things. It's gonna be different in some capacity. It's already changed significantly. It's gonna be different in some capacity even more later on. Not feasible to get two big boys in the launcher since non-launcher specific buffs. Oh yeah, maybe you could look into this for me, Dex. I tried to do that. If you have myth rank mag size, 30%, you can get 60% from a double roll on Primordial Amulet. So that makes 90, right? And then you could take Spore Warden for up to another 30. So 120-something% mag size. That should give you two big boys, right? It doesn't. I don't know why. I tried, didn't work.
To the cradle song.
Unshelled weapon card. What's up? Also, hi, CC. Also, a cat just sneezed on my foot. Cat, are you good?
Ha! You fell for it. Classic.
Cat sneezed on you because I heard CC's name? Yeah. Under barrel capacity for anything reference the actual mag size? For micro rockets, it does. For micro rockets, yes. Shody launcher, please respond.
Vital essence.
Why'd you switch to launcher? Rude. Switch back. Oh, stay back is so painful. Ow, ow, I don't like this. I don't like this.
Magic.
Why did I take this? It hurts.
My arcane arsenal's empty.
Social distancing modifier. Yeah, I know you could increase
2 out of 5 stars.
taser capacity, you can increase zip rocket capacity, you can increase micro rocket capacity. Might be a big boy specific thing. I don't know. Wonder if trying Spirit Rune on this would be worth it. I'm interested in that now, actually. Instead of Deuces and a Frost Diamond Gauntlets and a Frost Launcher, I could do Spirit Rune. Although, no, I could just do fucking Body Rune. Wait, no, Spirit Rune gets amped. Spirit Rune. Found a use for Spirit Rune.
A vial of vitality if you need.
Not sure if you mentioned it, but Claw Primary, Stab Second also rolled. Yes. Claw Primary, Stab Second, and Spell Primary, Claw Second. Roll off. Ow.
Gone for the head.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, no, we're good, we're good. How's the anxiety, Dex? Doing okay? You doing okay?
These infernal hands have no more magic.
Damn. I accidentally switched from Big Boy. Looks like it's hard capped at 1. Interesting. Yeah, I guess Big Boy Rocket's hard capped at 1, so this would be the way to do it. Thanks for looking into it, CC. Hey, we still finished the room, even in death. Since you go into save your soul so often, there's a minimum amount of time you have to get a kill, or you eventually just die so fast you don't get a chance. You pretty much always have enough time, Jedi Monkey, where I have time to look down and shoot my feet. Sometimes I don't get any more than that. Sometimes, like, I could be from here to the Dragon Lord, and I could try to shoot him with the rocket, and I would die before it hits. But I always have time to shoot my feet. That didn't work out well. I really can't hang out close to him. See, by the time the rocket got halfway to that zombie, I was dead. Like, I killed that zombie, but I died first. Hey, you get locked in animation when you're going down? What about doing 180s while going down, having no control over your camera? I'm glad they fixed that. They did fix that, right? I'm still not using photo mode, because that caused it, but... yeah. How you doing? I'm only on 204, 500 my bank. Already have anxiety for your lack of space. I move things to other characters. Oh no, I missed. Oh, that's such a bad time to miss. That was painfully bad. Oh, skill issue. I want to do that one over anyway. Oh, that was... Ugh. You know, stay back makes this build really painful. I know what I could do. Hey, Moo Girl. How you doing? Good to see you. I guess for stay back, and only for stay back, I'll do that. We'll put on a Cursed Wit. Just because I have stay back.
Never lived cannot die. This is by no means over.
This is a fantasy math club? Sure is, Emily. How you doing?
You want this?
Let me get a health file. Let me get a health file. Let me get a health file.
Need more magic. Welcome to your tasty land.
There we go. Yeah, Deuce is definitely way better than Cursed Wit here, which you love to see. And it makes sense, mathematically, because Deuce is 150% fresh malt. Cursed Wit is 100% that is additive with the old ways. So, Deuces wins. Permanently at the nail shop with the other job. Are they at least paying you well? That's the big question I have there. They certainly don't treat you well, but are they paying you well? Try to Bronco Buster my Bone Carver for Reaper. Also has the unhealthy heal enchant. Might be overkill at that point. Yeah, you get a lot that way. They are? Good. I'm glad. Where the melee birds come from? Fatebreaker. And the Fatebreaker restores wards, depending on your damage dealt. So if I had a better one, it'd be better. But I don't. And I'm still not really sold on Fatebreaker. I kind of want to just go to Pan instead. Lightning damage. Magic bullets. Treat me better. A lot of people quit, so... it sucks that they're only doing it because, you know, busy season and they have no other choice. But, hey, the result. As long as they're treating you fairly and paying you well. Back to DLC grind. I still have not seen a single Garlic Breath, Emily. I'm very annoyed about it. I've not seen the ward a single time either. I haven't even touched it today because it's just going to make me angry. Really good respect for lightning and melee, otherwise the ward return's pretty low. Right. Trying to get a Fatebreaker for my Valkyrie for branding purposes. Nice, Flat. I like it. Frog says the birds are fruit shield. I think it just reminds me of black. Well, now it does. There's a ward. Yup. There is. But based on my drop pool, you wouldn't know it. You know what I'm saying, but I need that armor before the event ends. Yeah, going for it now is the play. Just be careful, try not to burn out. Farming for that wheel is definitely something I could see accelerating burnout for a lot of people. The wheel's better than it was, but still, the fact that the stuff's not in bunnies is... I don't like it. I hate it a lot. Spellcast gun damage, that's good enough to try out. Try Pan.
Choose, Fatemaker.
Ain't all Rax build yet? Not yet. Was that Fatebreaker, Ambihex, Spectral Talons with a Hawken?
Who else dares oppose my power?
Damn, that was a lot fast.
There's a chill in the air.
Good shit. Did they just group up really well or something? Like, that finished that objective real fast.
I'm all
Oh, I just launched him out of range. I guess I killed a lot of the little ones. Lethal Catch, Salt and Battery are like the only things I get from the wheel. Yeah, I want Jamstones for this build. I never fucking get them. I haven't gotten the Lich's Auger. I haven't gotten a, Garlic Breath. I'm not bitter about it. Could guarantee a PLC item in every wheel turn, it still wouldn't be enough. Yeah. To start, stop listening to the people constantly saying nerf bunnies. Put it all in the bunnies, but then guarantee drops from the Deadly source, from the boss. There you go. You have a reason to go into the PLC if you're target farming for those items, but you don't get absolutely punished for not doing only that. I think that's more than fair. Sharksbane DLC only. Sharksbane is from PLC 1. So that does go into your world pool once you beat chums on a... Excuse me, on your current character. What a shot! I can't even be mad. That was just legitimately a good shot.
Now I have the measure of you.
Like, well played, badass coiled impaler. You fucking out-gamered me. Someone spit out a hot take to get that spade with facts and logic. Hey Boom, how you doing? Haven't done Salt and Batter for Slate Mail. I asked about it, and I don't think anyone had them at the time when I asked about it, CC. But I'm curious about it. I didn't bother with the Imelda fight, just do the enemies before and die to get the wheel. And I think that's a big reason why Imelda should give more stuff. Because if people who are doing the content aren't even doing the fight, I mean, granted, I don't blame them because the fight sucks, but... Make Imelda more rewarding, not the bunnies less rewarding. That's not how you do it. Someone out Quag. Hey, some old guy. How you doing? Already sketched out all my nails for Pride Month and Server Lifetime. Nice. If I was appropriately artsy, I'd do something, you know, fashion-y for Pride Month. But me no have art. So instead, I'll just spam Quag Pride everywhere. That'll work. Second stage fight of Melda not fun? No. No. So, you know how Chums 4 was made worse by the fact that it just kind of flies and it sucks? Well, they did that for Imelda too. It sucks. Neither form of Imelda is enjoyable so far. They don't have the problem that Chums had, where they have no HP. They just have the problem where they're still not fun. Launchers? Yeah, bro. Launchers. I'm launching. I'm about to launch. His cute-ass sweatpants at Target, but parents sucks, I didn't buy them. You haven't cut the tags out, they won't notice. I'm sorry, Mukro. That's exceptionally fucked up, and I'm immediately angry on your behalf. I'm sorry you're gonna deal with that. Utter shit. Out to launch. Yes. Yes. I should have downed myself with that rocket. Now I'm stuck waiting. There we go. Warcaster Pog? Yeah. 8 points Warcaster, Braun. Plus, Blaze of Glory. So, if I get a kill, I get a reload. If I don't get a kill, as long as I also go down, I get a reload. Feel like I didn't get a kill, but I went down, so I got a reload. And I got a kill, so I got a reload. Imagine hyped on melee combat only to have half the content flying 10 feet above you. Right, like the boss design, come on. Come on. Like, come on. Green Nova reminds me of the garlic breath I have. Yeah, I don't have one. Yeah, the Nova's from the Deuces. Sir? This guy just jumped into the wall to dodge my rocket. What a fucking cheater. What was that shit? This man decided to no-clip so he wouldn't get hit by the rocket. This game hates me. What a Chad. Goblin engineers are just all bullshit. Never knew there were diabetic pedicure places, even though I'm diabetic. My mom studied pedicure. I didn't know that either. I learned another thing today. The enemy-only secret tunnel. Wish these enemies would get out of my secret tunnel. It's my butt. Melee effective versus many bosses, non-melee stuff gives melee bonuses, melee's damage type uses second and rest objective. I'm so confused. Like, I get the ideology behind wanting melee integrated with others, but fundamentally you still want to design the game as if it's a shooter. Cool, whatever. What? Not every designer seems to be on the same page there.
get looks like magic's back on the menu.
Oh, hey. Oh yeah, I don't have Fate Breaker anymore. I can't do that. Where's my big glow rocket? That was a 1 mil hit.
Now I shall wreak my vengeance.
PLC has the 10 melee finishing blows in a room, and I'm fairly certain it doesn't count Echo. Like, 10 melee finishing blows, and then you'll have Imelda, who you physically cannot hit with an actual melee swing. On phase 1, if you parkour, you can hit her if she stands in a specific place. In phase 2, you fucking can't. Unless you, like, do this. And then take damage the whole time. It's just so, they didn't account for melee at all designing that boss, which makes me sad. Area damage, plate mail with high thread count. It's trying, but I can't think of a thing I'd do that with. So hit her through an invisible wall. yeah, something like that. Another Fate Breaker. I don't know how I feel about Pen versus Fate Breaker. Because whichever one I get a Primordial of first with Amp, I'll use. If Ragnarok wasn't shit, I'd consider it, but Ragnarok is shit, so I won't. Maybe because elements of damage in a melee enchant build is unable to do the melee bonus objective. Maybe because... I don't understand what you're saying. Kevin, why are you napping down there? At some point, Kevin decided he liked just sleeping under my desk while I'm streaming. Primordial Twin Soul. It's dark magic. But it's a 1.94. Ooh, that's max swing speed. I gotta do something with that. Wait, Archmage Vampire. Reaper of Bones melee weapon. Right here. Boom. Yes. Yes. What can I drop? Sure, I don't need that. Another Primordial Twin Soul. 2 in 1? That's some luck. I guess I'd make room for that too. Okay. Ancient Amp. That's less useful. I'll find a use though. Okay. Twin souls and their primordial. Yeah. Coming this summer. Super melee build, so we'll take that damage, scale it up, and make flying bosses, and it's go. Pretty much. I won't rule out that something else stole kills, but I'm sure I bonked a goblin from existence, didn't count, maybe got delayed in reporting it. Either way, not worth. Yeah, either way, Jaybridge. I agree with you. It's... So. Had fun with the launcher build today. We got to use a underrated item with some interesting interactions and some fun gameplay. Launchers can be built around. This is only one of many ways you can do it. I still want to do some anchor stuff. It feels like indiscriminate nukem with how the projectiles work. Definitely doesn't have the splash radius, but I still want to treat it like that anyway. So at some point I'll probably do an anchor build. I've seen out there in the interwebs someone did a cool Reaper of Bones launcher setup, because Reaper Bones gives you invulnerability, right? So you could just shoot your feet a lot with that. So there's lots of ways to do launching. ShamY Tech, of course. You could use them as just single target melters on standard gun builds. Not being able to do 10 melee finishing builds might be because of elemental damage. I think it's melee build a lot of bonus elements. Bonus elements, right? Maybe it's a Okado, maybe. Probably, honestly, yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Isn't the phrase indiscriminate nukem redundant? What if it's a selective nukem? Let's find somewhere for us to go. I really appreciate the love and support. I'll be live tomorrow. What day of the week is tomorrow? It's a nuke? Yeah, but what if it's like a tiny nuke? I'll be live tomorrow. I've got a Hydra build concept I want to toy around with. So I think we're gonna do that tomorrow if my offline testing goes well. I also want to test that that Twin Soul we just got on some Reaper Bones melee. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. Parax playing Brutal Legend. Tweety's doing Tarkov. Lazy's on BL, or not on Wonderlands. A couple people on BL2. Let's go to Lazy. Hydrate? I should. Thank you, Mr. Black Guy. I'll have to do that. It's very hot today. Copy that for the raid message. We'll do Quag Cryo, Big Boy Quag Cryo. Because he's using Big Boy rockets and they happen to be Cryo, and it's a raid message. We'll do the thing. Yeah, business as usual tomorrow. Looking forward to Thursday. We get, hopefully, AR or Melee Week. Hopefully. Imelda 3 hopefully sucks less. But, yeah. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for all the support today. Conversations were fun. We nerded out a bit and made some new friends. Just good vibes all around today, and I appreciate you for it. Take it easy. Enjoy whatever Lazy's up to, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.